the flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health, it's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome to our special budget hearing today. Thank you all for coming, but I'm looking out and I'm seeing mostly staff in the audience, so thank you all for coming. It's most appropriate because you guys are the ones who are doing all the work on this, so we're really grateful for that. I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank everybody for indulging this process. I know it's something new that we're going to try out and see how it works, but I think it gives us a level of transparency, both with all 5 of the Board of Supervisors here and the public getting to hear the same information at the same time. So with that, if people will stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And just before Aaron starts, I just want people to understand that today this is a workshop to present our draft budget for 26-27. The Board of Supervisors will not be making any decisions today. We are here to listen and to ask questions. And when this process is over, there will be a draft budget that will come back to us for a public hearing on June 9th. And then the final budget hearing is June 23rd. So that is the process. And with that, I'm going to introduce Allison, I guess.
Well, Chair Swarthout, you actually mentioned everything I was going to say, that no action will be taken during the next 2 days of the workshop. This is a new process for Nevada County. It's been really rewarding going out in the community with the coffee chats with our board members and senior staff. We do have one more coffee chat on June 3rd in Grass Valley Library, so we invite the public to participate in that as well. And also shared appreciation for senior staff and our fiscal team who've put together the presentations for the next 2 days.
Now we'll go to Aaron, our CFO.
All right. Good morning, Chair Swarthout, members of the Board of Supervisors. Aaron Mettler, your Deputy County Executive Officer and Chief Fiscal Officer. Pleased today to share an introduction to the next 2 days, which is going to be our draft fiscal year 26-27 budget presentation. The introduction this morning will incorporate some county budget basics. So we understand that we in government have our own language, and so wanting to see if we can't translate that a bit, demystify it, make it a little bit easier to grasp concepts and understand why we do the things that we do the way that we do them. Also want to go through our core services for Nevada County, and then take you through a super high level revenue outlook, what factors are included in our revenue, and some expenditure drivers, some of the things that impact our budget most significantly. And then I'll conclude with an overview of the next 2 days and a slide for what's to come after this week. So with that, I'll jump into county budget basics. This budget development process slide is intended to illustrate our year-round budget process, which really helps set the stage to manage expectations, to be nimble to changes that occur at the federal, state, and local levels. We're not just holding conversations once a year, but rather throughout, we're checking in with staff, with our elected officials, our state associations, our community members, our lobbyists, and reading up on legislation as it moves through the process. This year, we broadened our outreach, specifically during this development timeframe, really to encourage greater public participation in understanding where the money comes from and how it gets allocated out and where it gets spent. I definitely appreciate the energy put forth by my staff, by departments, and the board in revamping this process. It's been a great challenge for us to try to meet the expectation, and hopefully over the next 2 days, you will all feel more comfortable with that large budget document that's going to be published in less than a month. So I wanted to kick off with our mission and motion. This is speaking to our priority objectives, which appear really as focus areas on top of fiscal stability and core services. So recognizing that to have fiscal stability, to be stable in our fiscal picture, we really have to be purposeful and thoughtful and kind of adhere to what our core services require us to do, what our community needs us to do, and then where we have opportunity to focus in these priority areas, we're able to dedicate resources, dedicate staff time, and really kind of move the needle in these specific categories. Some key concepts and terminology when it comes to budget framework include that our framework is based on Government Code Section 29,000, also known as the County Budget Act. And what this means is that all 58 counties in California use the same framework to identify the categories that funds go in and get spent from. The naming conventions used are consistent throughout all counties, and that the State Controller's Office receives our budget each year, as well as our audited financials each year. So the state really is kind of controlling how counties report, what they're going to spend money on, and then how they spent it. We balance our flow of money through what's called fund accounting, and that really allows us to braid multiple funding types together for different department operations, programs, and projects, but keep those streams of money separated through reporting. To that end, we as a county are recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association, which is a national organization for both best practices in budgeting as well as best practices in financial reporting. We're very proud of those two designations because it means that we are staying on top of the best practices in government industry, both on the planning, budget side, and also the financial reporting. We do have two types of funds, largely governmental fund types, that first category, general special revenue, debt service, capital projects, but also we do have a few enterprise and internal service funds. Again, this is a way to separate out the types of money that we use throughout the budget. The illustration below offers a picture of how we use our fund balance to support an overall balance in sources and uses. So think of fund balance as a savings account for larger projects and one-time costs. It gets used as cash flow for our larger reimbursement funds like Health and Human Services, and it gets used for larger projects which span multiple fiscal years when we're limited to a 12-month reporting period, but a capital project could take as much as 36 months. We're using fund balance each year to help fund that ongoing expense that was planned for. And also at the end of the year, we regroup and have fund balance remaining, which then gets reused in the upcoming year. So it really is just this cyclical flow of money. But within a given fiscal year, that 12-month period, we have to balance on either side. And we do that through fund balance, through new revenue, less expenditures, and end up with fund balance at the end. When we look at one of our major revenue categories, it's property tax, and a lot of folks know that the county is the collector of property tax, and you'll hear from our treasurer tax collector tomorrow, as well as our auditor controller that distributes this property tax. But what might not be known is that the property tax dollar gets split up into these categories. So for every dollar that we receive, 55% goes to the schools, 20% goes to special districts, 14% stays here at the county and becomes our general fund, and then 11% goes to the cities. So for example, 25-26 fiscal year, we had a total distribution of $289 million in property tax. The county received $39 million of that $289. Cities got $32, special districts received $59 million, and schools got the biggest chunk at $159 million. So that property tax dollar just gets apportioned out each year to all of these entities. And really, when we talk about property tax distribution, the split for Nevada County was set back when Prop 13 was enacted, and that split hasn't changed since then, except for there are allocation differences within each tax rate area. And I'm not going to dive in deep to how that works because it gets rather complex rather quickly. But know that if we were to change any of these percentages on the screen or any allocation within the percentages, the dollar is still the dollar. So to take away a dollar or a percentage point from one entity means that, or to grow one entity means that another one loses. It still has to balance at the end of the day. It's a zero-sum game. So that is also why it can be quite complicated when it comes to talking about property tax allocation and changes where there perhaps isn't a change in service provision or an annexation from one agency to the next. Another rather complicated concept is cost plan, or our overhead rates. This process of allocating overhead costs and our central service department costs throughout our organization is also prescribed by the state controller. So they have a policy guidance book that tells us how we should capture these costs and then allocate them out to recover said costs. And really what I want to show on the bottom there is the central service departments, which are included in this overhead cost plan, are listed there. And so think of those as serving the internal county customers, and they are paid for by charges out to our external facing departments. When we talk about core services, we have seen a couple different definitions, and we ourselves have our own definition of what core services are, but wanted to highlight here what those services actually look like. So for Nevada County, our core services include law enforcement and justice. So justice would incorporate the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, and probation. Vital records is a core service, as is property and tax administration. The asterisk that you see there means that these services are partially funded with general fund dollars and often receive other funds as well, either in the form of fee-for-service or a state allocation. When it comes to the library, there's a special use tax, a sales tax measure that was passed by the voters that the library receives to ensure that it provides core services. We also have animal control and sheltering as a core service for Nevada County. And then Health and Human Services is a core service, but predominantly funded through state realignment dollars. So that's one that doesn't really touch the general fund in a large way, but definitely receives the bulk share of our total budget for the county. We also have a lot of special districts in Nevada County, and especially these districts provide water, they provide fire protection, they provide sanitation. We have a cemetery district, we have recreation and park districts, resource conservation, etc. The ones on the right with the asterisk are Truckee specific, and so while the Nevada County Airport in Western County is an enterprise fund, it's not considered a special district, but the Truckee Airport is a special district. So there's a little bit of distinction there. In addition, Truckee has some unique public utilities and hospital districts. In addition to these larger districts, we have what are called community service districts, and those are generally geographic based for a specific service. They are governed by state law, and they can provide up to 32 different services under state law. So think of like Wildwood Association, like of the Pines. They operate as a community service district, they charge a fee to the residents that live in their boundaries, and they provide a set number of services for that fee. So that's kind of how special districts can operate, and specifically community service districts. Moving on to restricted and unrestricted funds. Because the county services are so broad and encompassing, it can be helpful to understand that while we have a large budget, over $466 million in the upcoming year, a significant portion of that money is restricted, which means it's limited on what it can be spent on. Back to the County Budget Act, the first slide, we have state reforms, we have mandated services and realigned services, which come with state dollars, but also state restrictions on the use of those dollars. So while the state says, Nevada County, you're going to provide child welfare services to protect children, and oh, by the way, here's some funding to do that, it's the county's responsibility to figure out how to provide and what services to provide to protect those children within the confines of state regulation and with only limited state dollars. And I will just preface this by saying the dollars never equate to the level of services that we would prefer to be providing to our residents, and in some cases what we need to provide. So that is the tension that departments struggle with when it comes to budgeting and providing for services. We talk a lot about discretionary funds and the general fund because that's where we have the most flexibility. So when it comes to a new initiative or a new program that the board would like to see funding, it has to go through discretionary funds or general fund, assuming it doesn't qualify for some of these other restrictions. So we spend a lot of time talking about them, and it's a very small part of our budget. When we look at our historical budget trends over the last 10 years, this slide has been adjusted for inflation, and so it's showing in 2026 dollars, and really just illustrating the top colored bar is the percent proportion of state and federal funding in our total budget. So the column off to the right, 48% of our proposed budget at this point is state federal funding, and 52% is local funds. Now, local funds isn't just general fund, it also includes fees for service and charges and such like that. You'll see that in the revenue slide shortly. But really just wanting to illustrate that over the last 10 years, we've made a concerted effort to grow that top bar to leverage our local dollars with state federal funding. What's included in the top bar is not only our realignment funding for Health and Human Services safety net programming, but also state grants, federal grants for projects, for services. We've been very successful in our competition for grant dollars over the last 5 years in particular. So moving on to a revenue outlook, wanting to show our revenues by category. So we're looking at about $437 million in revenue coming in during 26-27. As you'll see here, the largest share, federal, state, intergovernmental, is at almost 51%. Taxes are the next category at 19%, and it goes on from there. When we look at our general fund discretionary revenues over time, we can see the fluctuation largely related to property tax, sales tax, franchise fees, but also a little bit of interest earnings and motor vehicle in lieu fees that we receive from the state. Our fund balances, again, back to the original slide of where we keep money during the cycle of funds. General fund is shown here at $37.9 million. We're proposing to use $5.7 million in our budget right now. And that $5.7 million is actually reflective of the Special Project Continuation Fund, which was previously the ARPA dollars, which were dedicated to Office of Emergency Services grant match programs, and also the final tranche of recreation and economic development spending through that funding source. And so while it shows, again, a use of fund balance in the general fund, it has been planned for the last 3 years and is now coming to the point where we're expending it. In Health and Human Services, which is HHSA up there, we're showing $48.2 million. Their fund balance remains high and healthy, and really that is a reflection of the special revenue funds that they receive from the state, that realignment dollars that are restricted in their use. Because realignment dollars are really a combination of taxes, when the economy is not robust and growing, but is shrinking and contracting, the HHSA revenue that comes in each year shrinks accordingly. And yet we still have services that we need to provide. So having this buffer of a fund balance helps us navigate those downturns, hopefully for a short period of time. And also because so much of their services are reimbursed, so we pay up front with county dollars, we receive reimbursement through state and federal claims. Those claims can take months, sometimes beyond the fiscal year. And so it's important also to maintain healthy fund balance for that cash flow perspective. The other funds on the screen, the other categories, Community Development Agency is largely fee for service, and so they do collect fees that are then used to fund services. They are showing a use of fund balance as well. Your sheriff special funds, you'll hear from the sheriff later this morning. Those are on specific projects, the indoor firing range, they're finishing off a radio tower infrastructure project, and a couple other capital projects in the mix. Realignment funds, you'll see a smaller use of fund balance, again, largely HHSA related, and then other funds includes a combination of smaller funds that really are used for specific purposes. So an example of those are workers' compensation, unemployment, library, all of those are kind of in that other funds bucket. Moving on to expenditures and what's driving our expenditure increases and changes over the next year. $466 million is our total expected expenditure at this point. 37% spent on salaries and benefits. So those are compensation for employees that deliver these services out to our community. We have another 32% in services and supplies. This is largely contractual services, but also includes that some internal service rates for like fleet and for rent on storage facilities. Things like that are also in this category. You'll see capital assets at 11.7%. That is a 4% jump from the prior year, reflecting of a large capital project that we're expecting to occur in the next year with Health and Human Services, behavioral health. I do have some slides to kind of narrow down the change in expenditure. The first is salaries and benefits. Overall, this category increased by 5% from the current year. That's approximately in line with our bargained increases for salary and benefits. Most of our employees are represented by collective bargaining units, and so each time their contract is up for renewal, which is about 3 years, they collectively bargain to set their salary changes for the upcoming 3 years. And so we're incorporating those changes in our plan. We also are showing some benefit increases on the medical side of the house. Retirement, we are budgeting for the normal cost for active employees. We're also this year, for the first time, budgeting for an additional discretionary payment on our pension obligation, and we're capturing needed revenue for other post-employment benefits. When it comes to staffing, this has largely been a hot topic in years past. We started the fiscal year with 931 staff, and you'll see here on the current column off to the left, 939.55. That is the increase, the difference between July 1 and now is your animal shelter that we took in-house in November. So we added positions to accommodate that move. We did make sure that when we put out the call for what staffing changes do you think you might need to departments this year, we cautioned that there was not a whole lot of extra money to support new positions. And in fact, we received 13 total requests for positions, and we're recommending a negative 7.8. So that clearly is a question mark, right? We have a series of limited term positions that were tied to grant projects, which are ending at June 30th, and we do not see a need to continue them. So while it wasn't part of the request, it ends up being part of the recommendation to not continue to have those positions. We also have some limited term positions associated with our phase 1 of the Enterprise Resource Planning Project, the replacement of the financial system. If you recall, the board authorized 8 limited term positions. We're seeing the first tranche of those fall off in 26-27. The rest remain while we continue to implement that project over the next year and a half. We are suggesting to hold 3 requests contingent upon our financial picture and outlook at the end of the current fiscal year. Those are largely elected office requests, but also requests that the CEO's office supports and feels like could benefit the overall service level of the county. However, at this time, it's too early to say confidently that we have funding to support them in the long term. So what results is back to 931.75 positions. So it's very, very close to a net zero from where we started the fiscal year, and it is a decrease from where we are currently. When you compare county staffing to population over the last 20 years, we illustrate this to show that during the Great Recession, we precipitously dropped in staffing from a high of about 1,100 all the way down to just right around 800. We stayed steady for many, many years, and yet still continued to provide services. And we only recently started increasing staff in a way that supports our new level of service, our change in what services we want to provide, and the needs of the community. And so you can see the bars there, the 2 bars off to the right, equal in nature. When it comes to pension planning, we definitely want to talk about our pension policy, which the board approved back in October. Pension has been a very important topic for the board over the last 2 years, and we've been making incremental progress in moving forward towards a more robust policy, which was October, and then implementing that policy will come with a pension plan proposal that's currently scheduled for your May 12th board meeting. So again, here, I'm not going to get too much into the details and save that for May when we can have a specific conversation, but wanting to highlight here that we will be updating our fund balance policy at the same time, addressing post-employment benefit investments. And then within the budget, we are proposing a prepayment of our annual required contribution, which saves us interest, and also proposing a 1% payroll additional discretionary payment. There are some other potential changes, which again, I'll go into further in May, but wanting to highlight that that is now incorporated into the budget proposal as it stands. Capital projects is probably the last category that really fluctuates our expenditures. We have large capital projects. The last 3 years, we've had 3 different bridge projects that were each over $15 million. And so that really does fluctuate our total budget spend, but also our year-to-year spend. And so for capital projects where we have planned expenditures that are included in the budget proposal, again, think about a capital project spanning 3 years, so 36 months, and yet your fiscal year is only 12. It's only 1/3. And it's not going to align. We don't start projects every July and end them in June. So the budget fluctuates accordingly. So currently in the planned budget, you've got expenditures for Dog Bar and Hirschdale bridges, which are all completing in this upcoming fiscal year. We have that new Deer Creek Behavioral Health Facility going in on campus, as well as the Sheriff's Office Regional Training Facility under construction. What's not in the budget, but what we anticipate coming forward in 26-27 are these anticipated expenditures. So we know that we have several different building improvement projects in the works for the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility and the building that we're in now, the Eric Root Administration Center. We also are looking at a new animal shelter and wanting to bring that forward in 26-27. So the point at which those projects are ready, they will come before the board for approval, and the board will determine whether you're supportive at that time of the plan. And that will also include a budget amendment. So that's how we change our numbers in the middle of the year for something that was anticipated, but isn't quite ready to put in a budget at this point in time. So now we're going to look at what's ahead for the next 2 days. You will be hearing from each of your agency directors and elected officers. They will each be giving a presentation starting with their organizational chart of services, so a high-level overview of what it is that they do, what some of their accomplishments are in the current year, and then really talk through some emerging issues and priorities that are shaping up their budget proposal for the upcoming year. They will be looking at a revenue overview with you as well as an expense overview. It's intended to be quite high level because we are condensing 10 days into 2 days, and so you are having a summarized version of information. But I think you'll find each agency director and elected officer has really spent some time identifying what are the changes and what is driving the change. And that's really the information that I think is most beneficial from a policy direction perspective. You'll also be seeing fund balance analysis for those that aren't general fund driven, staffing analysis. You'll see a more detailed view of those position requests and what the recommendations are and where the changes are for each department. And then we'll have time for supervisor questions after each presentation. At the end of day 2, at the end of tomorrow, any identified issue or priority from the board's perspective that we don't solve or don't have enough information on, myself and my staff will be capturing those issues, and I will be presenting a kind of a summarized view at the end of tomorrow, and really just wanting to get the board's policy direction on what you want to see different, what you want to see changed, or if it's just more information, that's fine too. But definitely looking at what will be referred to the budget subcommittee to work on over the next few weeks as we continue to develop a final proposed budget document. We expect that May 29th, we will have that budget document released to the public for review. There will be one final coffee chat with myself and Chair Swarthout and your Community Development Agency Director, Tricia Tillotson, at the Grass Valley Library on June 4th. And then we'll come back here for a budget hearing on June 9th, where again, we will go over what the proposed budget is at that point in time, address all of the concerns and questions that the board may have had between now and then again, another 2-week span opportunity for any last minute changes or opportunity for comment before bringing it to the final budget adoption on June 23rd. And with that, I'm done with my introduction, and we're happy to answer any questions from me at this point, or we can invite our first public comment now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. So we do have a little bit of time if we want to ask questions just of Aaron's presentation or the process for today. Hardy, any questions for Aaron?
Oops, thanks, Aaron. One of my questions, and some of these questions are just for whoever's listening or others, but on slide number 8, the kind of the color and money slide, can the Board of Supervisors shift proportionally within that bucket, the total bucket?
It requires a negotiated agreement with the agencies. So within the bucket, the Board of Supervisors could negotiate an agreement with the affected taxing agencies and come to a different agreement. It does get quite nuanced with tax rate areas. It's not just as simple as 14%, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. And then the overhead cost plan, the 3.8% of the total budget, $466 million. Is that cost plan overhead allocated to each budget unit in a unified way? Does every budget unit get 3.8%, or is that adjusted per budget unit?
It's adjusted per budget unit, and it's based on actual expenditures, both in the Central Service Department and also the size of the budget that's paying into the Central Service Department. So it's adjusted based on relative size of budget and also use of service.
I don't think I understand. Can you explain that to me?
So for example, Human Resources provides services to all departments. Some departments have a staff of 10 and some have a staff of 150. And so the cost for Human Resource Services is going to be different for that department of 10 than that department of 150. It's based on their overall budget proportion.
Yeah, but is it fixed to the budget? So if one budget is 100,000 and one's $1 million, is it 3.8% of 100 and 3.8% of $1 million, or no?
The 3.8% is of the $466 million budget. 3.8% is cost plan. It's not the rate that is being charged.
Okay, the rate being charged, who sets that?
That's done by our Auditor Controller's Office, and that's based on that state controller guidance document.
Thank you. And then on slide 11, the community service district slide, do CSDs, they're otherwise known as an HOA, like Wildwood or Lake of the Pines, is it the same, essentially speaking?
They don't need to be the same, no. CFD, Community Service District, is a state designation where a homeowners association is not a state designation. So there can be differences in the services that they provide and in the cost that they charge.
Does the county provide money to CSDs?
No.
None. Okay. Just curious, is under special districts provide, the CSD, that's not a comment for our budget process, right? That's just a general comment, services provided to the public.
Right. There was questions on what do special districts provide, and so this is trying to illustrate the wide array of services that Nevada County special districts have.
Right, but they may not receive anything from the county or taxation or anything.
It depends on how they're set up, but generally, no.
Generally, no.
Generally, they are formed geographically, and they charge their membership geographically a rate.
Okay. And then one final question, slide 15 on the big budget revenues by category. Under the federal and state, the 50.9, would that include things from the executive branch like CARES Act, ARPA Act, ARA? So when the Fed sends money down, it would be included in that 50.9?
Yes, so all federal and state money is categorized into a specific revenue category, which is what this is depicting. It's the
Okay.
revenue category that it comes in at. Doesn't matter which department receives it. It's the category or type of funding
Okay.
that receives the designation.
So as that number shrinks, our local number grows?
Yeah.
Okay. On slide 19, salaries and services. Services and supplies include contracts, and salaries and benefits are just internal.
Correct.
But that whole side of the pie is essentially in service to the community, more or less, in general.
Yeah, the services and supplies includes external contracts as well as internal rate charges. So we do
Okay.
have those central service departments. Some of them do charge a rate, and some of them recover their costs through the overhead plan, which is a different category. But the combination is internal departments providing services to the county to make it run.
To make it run. Okay. And then slide number 20 on salaries and benefits, under salary, the collective bargaining set salary changes. Just to be clear, those are all the agreements that are brought to the board, approved in advance of this budget process. So when we're in the budget process here, we're not necessarily talking about adjusting salaries to reduce overhead. That's already been approved by the board previous to this meeting.
Right, so the changes in salary, that 5% difference between current year and next year is based on agreements that were bargained or agreed to by the board
Yep.
in the last preceding 3 years.
That we've already approved in previous meetings.
Correct, you're not approving a salary change in this meeting
Yep, okay,
or in this budget.
okay. And I think that's it for me, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So just real quick, that's the CSD issue. So CSDs are established, they have their own funding. Usually they come with a bond measure and then they're paid for by whoever is in the CSD. CFDs, CSDs they're really funding mechanisms for development to cover the cost of infrastructure. Right, But we don't put any money. The people who use the services are the ones who pay for it.
Correct.
And just real quick on the special districts, we have them listed and we show what they provide. But I think we need to be really clear with the public that we don't control their budgets. They are separate entities from the Board of Supervisors and from the county, even though they work under the auspices of Nevada County. But all the fire districts, NID, the cemetery districts, they have their own boards of directors, their own budgets. So I want to be clear that we don't control what they do with their money.
Yeah, that's a great distinction. Our role in that is to distribute the property tax allocation to the district, and that happens through their auditor controller's office.
Yeah. Thanks. Heidi.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions as well, and they may just be flags for when the department comes in to talk about their piece. So just a heads up on that, maybe. On slide 10, under Nevada County Core Services, yeah, I think if we can address that in the department budget, but the Health and Human Services category and Safety Net and Indigent Care category, they feel combined to me. When I talk about them out in the public, when people ask questions, they feel sort of combined. And so when we talk about those two, the separation, I'd like us to understand better in our public conversation about that, what the difference is, specifically also to how like federal and state funding impacts those two separate parts of services. Because I think you separated them out, so there's got to be a reason, right?
Correct, yes. And Ryan Groover in with Health and Human Services Agency tomorrow will definitely be able to talk about that and answer your questions.
Great. And then on slide, where did I mark that one? Slide 17, the fund balances. So I think you say this down below, but just to be really clear, what we're proposing, the 5.7 million, for example, that we're proposing to use that in this coming budget, and that will leave then this 37.9 million.
Correct.
And so if we come back for budget changes in the middle of the year, that's either we find funds either from grants or funding from the state or the feds, or we pull it out of the general funds of the fund balance of either the general funds or the department that is related to the project.
Yes, and I will add that these numbers are what we estimate will be available. Clearly, we're in the middle of a fiscal year, and so we don't yet know how we're going to end the year, but this is our best estimate. So you will see changes at year end. You will see changes if we bring an item to the board and request a change to fund balance, and that generally requires a 4/5 vote affirmative, and it is called out in each staff report if we are dipping into fund balance and why.
Okay, but just to be clear, the budget is what everything that there is that we anticipate there to be.
Correct.
So when we come with a new project, we have to either identify outside funding or take it from our fund balances.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make clear about that. Slide 21. Perhaps Ryan can address this, but the Health and Human Services line there, where we're recommending a reduction of staffing while we have the HR1 cuts coming down, is very concerning to me. So I'd like to understand that better.
Sure.
And I can wait for that.
I can answer quickly. One of them is one of a limited term ERP positions. So it was put in place in the agency for assistance during phase 1 financials and is now termed out. The 0.8 is related to the public health officer that we've been contracting and also had a position for.
Okay. That's helpful, but it also doesn't anticipate the additional work we're going to have to do.
Correct. And Ryan can address
that. Might
that.
need more staff for it. Okay. I think that might be on the slide 23. Just very briefly, could you explain the 1% payroll additional discretionary payment? What does that mean, that we're suggesting taking 1% from our payroll budget?
We're suggesting and planning for an increase of 1% as the math, as the percentage of payroll. Let me see, how can I explain this simply? Our pension payments are based on our actual payroll.
Right.
And so to make an additional payment towards pension using that same methodology that the pension CalPERS uses makes sense and allows us to capture how salaries are allocated, whether they're general fund, special funds, realignment funds, et cetera. And so by charging an extra 1% towards retirement above our required payment, we're able to capture those monies and make an additional payment towards our unfunded liability.
The question is, where is that coming from?
It's baked into the operating budget. So we've increased the cost of staff for the county to put it towards retirement.
I see. Okay.
And we can talk more in May, absolutely. But that's the simplest I can make it this morning.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Heidi covered number 17. Thank you for that. And then on slide 6, that middle bullet point, government code requires the funding sources to be equal to the financing uses. Can you just give a quick summary of what that means?
Yeah, that bullet point actually belongs on this page because it is the graphic, right? So it's showing that we start the year with fund balance available. We add new revenue to it as our revenue side of that equation. And then we have planned expenditures and a remaining fund balance as the expenditure side of the equation. The two have to balance. So it really is just that math equation.
Going to number 8 that Hardy touched on. So my property tax bill, I've got all these line items, and then let's say the Higgins fire assessment that was passed, however many years ago. Mm-hmm. Is that included in what you're talking about here?
It would be included in the special district section.
Okay, and then when you said it was a zero-sum game, though, were Higgins, and I'm not suggesting this, to pass another bond and X amount of dollars per parcel, that overall revenue would increase. So
They end up increasing the property tax cost for their specific geographic area through that tax measure. So the voters in that district approve the increase to their property taxes. They're paying a special assessment, which is not part of this 1%, which is the ad valorem rates.
okay. I think,
So this 20% and the percentages within the 20% are Prop 13 rates, right? They were set in 1978 with legislation. There is special assessment districts and special assessments on top of this dollar that individuals do pay on their property tax bill. And that's based on where they live, which districts they're in, and whether the voters have approved additional assessments on those properties.
gotcha. And those could increase depending on what is approved in the future.
Yeah, by
the
voter
voters.
approval.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
I think I got thrown off by the zero-sum game. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones we collect, but we don't use the money. It goes straight to the district because they have their own budget and they have their own boards. So that's why we don't see it here. We don't, it's a pass-through. We don't see it. All right.
Quick question.
Sure.
One, briefly, and we've talked about this in the past, the budget actuals, and then you can, there are budget actuals, then there's a construction of the forecasted budget, and then you roll all that up, you bring it to us, and then you have this timeline. And the timeline, the whole timeline that goes forward, we're spending money and we're bringing money in both, right? What is the connection between the actuals and the construction of the budget? Like, how closely are those married together? Because a lot of times in years past, I've, particularly with Martin, have said, hey, your number says that we're going to lose 3.8%, we're going to have to backfill that, and then the actuals come out and we say, oh, actually we did better than we thought, or we did worse than we thought. Can you describe the connection, the crosswalk between those two things?
Sure. We set the budget, this development process, based on estimates. So it's based on usually 6 months of revenue received in the current fiscal year. We use that plus past history because our revenue streams don't tend to fluctuate that much. But we have historical data, which informs our estimates, as well as current year, 6 months of the year, which informs our estimates on revenue, as well as informs our estimates on expenditures. And so that's a calculation of the current fiscal year where we think we'll end up. We don't tend to look at that where we might end up equation and say, oh, we might have $5 million in excess at the end of this year. Let's add it to next year's budget. That's not how we develop budget. We use that to inform where we think revenues will come in the upcoming year in the planned budget, and we estimate expenditures accordingly, and we kind of start fresh at that point. And that's why our incoming resources and our outgoing resources, we try to make those match. And where they don't match and we have to use fund balance, it's not necessarily the savings of this current fiscal year that we're using, it's what's already in the bank account, right? And so that has to be for a specific reason. It has to be one time. It can't be for operations. Like this is our fund balance policy, which says these are the things that we will check off and go through and work through to arrive at that proposal. We don't know how this current fiscal year ends until the audit is done. And that's generally 6 months after the close of the fiscal year. So it's January and sometimes March before we know what last June ended with in terms of a better, best. And so it can be 2 years ago, fund balance adds to this year, this proposed budget. It could be that when we report out on the audit that the board could say, hey, now that we know where we stand, let's make some changes with what's remaining, right? That's kind of how it works. Okay. It's not baked in automatically or right away because we want to take the time to get that audited financial report completed and make sure that we are clear on exactly what came in and exactly what was spent.
Got it. Okay. But if we're better than forecast or budgeted, that money gets rolled up and it gets put into the bars.
Yes.
The bar chart on the revenue side for fund balance in the next year's budget. It's not called out anywhere here. We don't know if we did better than actual.
No, it's not called out.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. So now is our opportunity for anybody in the public who would like to make a comment about the budget or about our process. We only are taking public comment this morning on the budget. If you have general public comment on other issues, it would be more appropriate at our next meeting on May 12th. So is there anybody who would like to speak to this morning? Yep.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Gordon Gossage with Virgenesis Planet, and I just want you guys to know that we all know that participation in public meetings has its issues, has its attributes, but it has nothing to do with you as individuals or the equivalent of the CEO in a county. All 3,000 counties in the United States have this challenge and the attributes of public meetings. And that is the difference in who shows up for meetings and how many of them do show up. Budgets are probably the least interesting to the general public in comparison to their impact. And on the other hand, as you know, you can have an individual housing project like the HEW project, which have an astounding number of people who show up and are extremely unrepresentative of the community, often dominated by people who live within a quarter mile of that proposed development. And so, I've talked to you about the deliberative democracy project and what the benefits are. One of the most immediate benefits that I would like to get involved with is recruiting people for public meetings that use the random sample approach, so get more representative groups. And then possibly even equally important is the education involved. People need to know what the budget is allocated to, and there's some amazing misinformation out there. Where the allocation is and what kind of areas you guys have jurisdiction on to make decisions. So what the other thing that happens is you can't really get involved in recruiting different groups of people. It's just, in some cases, legally you can't. However, in full disclosure, I'm just beginning a process of talking to nonprofits. I would like to work for a nonprofit that the community trusts to do this type of recruiting for specific public meetings and for having people learn from experts. For example, that 55% of the dollars go to schools and you guys don't run the schools, and I will talk to you about that another time. But again, I want you to understand that there are challenges everybody has, but there are solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Hello, I'm Robert Trent, Executive Director of Sierra Commons. Thank you so much for doing this and the transparency. That's awesome. I also want to thank you for doing the 3-year Economic Development Action Plan, which Sierra Commons has been highly involved with. And it's, as you probably know, it's a lot of economic development organizations within the county getting together and collaborating to tackle some of the tasks outlined in the Economic Development Action Plan. So this is the kind of the last year of that. Sierra Commons has a proposal. We're calling it the Workforce Igniter, and it's a special program that's in collaboration with Sierra College and other CTE programs at the high school. So there's 21 CET programs. Graduates of those, some of those programs have a high propensity to start new businesses. The action plan calls for activity that keeps people local and not leave the county to seek employment. So oftentimes CTE graduates are younger and new in their career. And together we've created a plan. It's in the proposal to the Economic Development Department. I just want you to keep your eye out for it. It's called workforce igniter, and I am asking for continued support of economic development in this area. The economy is a bit shaky, and it's the year of the small business. And so just ask for your continued support in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Tarr. I'm the Executive Director of the Bear Yuba Land Trust. First, I want to thank you for your continued partnership and support. We greatly appreciate all the work that went into the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan in 2024, the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund that helped us to build a bit larger and safer parking lot at the popular Adam Ryan Preserve Trail. We're also grateful for the county's ongoing support for staffing that helps maintain existing trails and plan new recreational opportunities for the community. Nevada County has been a very strong partner in advancing shared values like recreation, agriculture, conservation, forest health, and community connection. And our partnership with the county helps move both your mission and ours forward. Today, I'd like to highlight a project that we believe can become a central hub for conservation, recreation, education, and community in Western Nevada County. That's the Wildflower Ridge Preserve Community Nature Hub project. This is a 128-acre property that we acquired in 2023 and permanently protected from residential development. It's an iconic landscape just outside of Grass Valley that generations of local families have explored and cherished because it is truly special. The community strongly supported protecting this land, and now we have the opportunity to shape its future together. With partners and community input, we're proposing a community nature hub at Wildflower Ridge. This vision includes a headquarters for our organization, a community gathering room for local groups, such as the Nevada County Resiliency Project, outdoor classrooms for youth and families, and inclusive recreation opportunities for people of all ages and abilities. We also see Wildflower Ridge as a model site for stewardship and forest health, a place where residents can learn about fuel reduction, prescribed fire, and practical ways to care for their own land while helping make our entire community safer and more resilient. At a time when many people feel disconnected, places like this matter. They give children room to explore, families a place to gather, and neighbors a place to connect with nature and with one another. This is a bold vision, and we've begun the county approval process for rezoning and special use. We deeply appreciate county staff participation so far and look forward to welcoming you to the site next week. Thank you again for your partnership. We look forward to continuing to work together and explore opportunities to make this community vision a reality and working together to build our recreation economy in Western Nevada County. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing this open forum to happen as you decide on the budget. My name is Caitlin Martin, and I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for the South Yuba River Citizens League. This summer will be my third season being the manager for the River Ambassador Program, a river safety and stewardship program that happens at South Yuba River State Park crossings on weekends between Memorial Day and Labor Day. River Ambassadors was formed in 2012 in response to the growing visitorship at the river crossings in an effort to support California state parks amidst budget cuts. This program has evolved from a program focused on intersecting with the public to pick up litter to a program focused on river safety and response. While River Ambassadors still carry out stewardship practices like passing out trash and dog waste bags to the public and picking up trash at the parks, the work goes beyond that. With climate change and increased wildfire risk, staff and volunteers are on the ground educating the public about how a lit barbecue could mean an ignited canyon. Countless visitors come to the parks to hike or swim with no prior research. River Ambassadors are the friendly faces they see right when they walk in the park to educate them about trail and river safety. When an emergency happens, River Ambassadors are there to make sure emergency services can get on site as quickly as possible. We collect data about visitors and provide this information to local entities like Nevada County to inform infrastructure changes and programmatic development. There are bilingual staff stationed at Bridgeport to ensure messaging can reach English-speaking as well as Spanish-speaking visitors. And as part of the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort, River Ambassadors are an on-the-ground source of information and video and photo collateral for Nevada County and other members of the cohort. This program has evolved from being managed by an AmeriCorps staff to being managed by a full-time Circle staff, which ensures programmatic development and continuity of management to strengthen partnerships. This program is holistic. Circle's communications director is part of the comms team within the cohort to support with content for traditional and social media. Staff and volunteers are on the ground to report back about trends and issues at the river. Through this program, we have been able to advocate for signage and the mile marker program, and we were also able to see that Spanish-speaking signage was needed. So, Circle is so grateful for the county's contribution thus far, and we ask to be considered to ensure this pivotal program can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Loriana, are there any calls?
We do have one caller.
Wait, let's bring the caller in. Give us 1 second, so we're going to take a caller.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. This is Matthew Coulter, and I'm in Grass Valley right now, and I'm watching the Development Review Committee meeting about them putting in a 85-foot cell tower at the Gold Miners Inn. Also on that agenda is the Dorsey Marketplace extension. These are really important big things for the community, and it's disturbing that these meetings overlap and have overlapped by plan, so you can't participate with both. This has been going on for years, and I think it's a detriment to our community and the design of our community, because I'm noticing that these folks, they're asking a lot of questions that are super basic, and they're not asking them because they want the public to understand it. They're asking it because they actually don't know what they're talking about and the history and the different things that are related to what they're making these decisions on. So I hope in our budget workshop or talk in the next 2 days that we can get a animal shelter, which is desperately needed, and not just for the animals, but for the staff. The staff deserves to have a safe and clean environment to work in. Our county facilities have gone downhill to such a massive degree in the last number of years. And because I frequent them often, like I was in the courthouse 3 times this week, and seeing the flooding that has gone on there, the historical library across the street, a lot of really basic things, including the Vets Hall in Grass Valley, Vets Hall in Nevada City. I really wish my Board of Supervisors could do a field trip and look at some of these things that are in your purview but are in the cities. They're county facilities, but they're in the cities, and how poorly they look, and they're usually the worst building in the neighborhood. So please consider that in the budget, that there's enough money to literally mow the lawn at the library at Grass Valley, in front of the library on Mill Street, and pick up the dog poop and the trash before you mow the lawn. And then you just leave it there. It looks horrible. Please consider these things. Very small amount of money it would take to bring our facilities back up to par. And it just takes some desire, really, because the people that are in charge of it right now have no desire, no skin in the game. They care not. It's obvious by the work they do or the lack of work they do. Thank you.
All right. Come on up.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Yalmaz. I'm in District 1, and I'm also the Executive Director of Sierra Energy Reimagined, a nonprofit that's focusing on climate and energy resilience. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Resource Resilience Roadmap. I'm here today to urge you to consider spending enough dollars in building at least minimum capacity to implement the Resource Resilience Roadmap, the RRR. That amount of dollars is only a tiny fraction of your budget, but it would make a world of difference in our capacity to implement the plan. The roadmap cannot just be a vision document or a policy framework. It has to be an implementation plan. And we're not there yet. While many of the RRR proposed actions and the plan will still need to be approved by you, the supervisors, they're not all mandated by the state, but they fit within California's climate goals, carbon neutrality by 2045, and therefore are eligible for state grants. After spending a significant amount of money and time to craft the plan, we really need to work now on staff capacity to implement it. And that's my main thing I want to advocate for today. We need a sustainability manager, a position that's full-time focused on implementing the actions and to work cross-sectoral, not only on the various supervisor goals for this year, but also cross-sectoral around within the government, different agencies. This role is a very difficult one. It requires to be familiar with California's climate goals and strategies, including the scoping plan, relevant legislation, agency-specific work by CARP and the Public Utilities Commission and the Energy Commission, keeping an eye on different grants, best practices, working with others in other jurisdictions, all of that. So it's a very important job, and without it, I don't think we can make it. The other economic and financial argument for this is that a typical sustainability manager job, like the one in Yolo County, you invited her 3 years ago to talk about their plan, brings back at least 3 times the cost of a salary and benefits in terms of revenue, in terms of grants. And in long-term cost, it's a multiple factor of 6 in general in this county, in the state of California. So I really argue that you consider creating this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments in the room? Any other phone calls, Loriana?
No callers.
Okay, then we will close public comment. We're a little early for our next item, so we're going to take just a little break to see if we want to start early. So 5 minutes. All right, reconvene and start with our first presentation this morning, which is the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. So, Aaron, are you okay? It's right on to the sheriff. Good morning.
Right on time, little early. I love it. Good morning, Chair Swarthout, members of the board, members of the public, county staff. I am Shannon Moon, your sheriff, your coroner, and your public administrator. Really an honor to be able to present in this fashion for you our budget, and honored to be the first to go in front of you today. Today, you're going to hear our fiscal year 26-27 budget presentation. With me is my Chief Fiscal Administrative Officer and Chief Public Administrator, Georgette Aronow, and my Undersheriff, Sam Brown, to answer any questions that you may have. The purpose of our presentation today our budgets are condensed into two specific areas. We have several budget units, but we've categorized them in two for you to look at. Our sheriff services, which will include our administration, our operations, animal control, dispatch, and two realignment budgets. And our sheriff corrections area budget is our Wayne Brown Correctional Facility budget, our Truckee Corrections budget, and court security. I want to just very high level core services for us in that public safety lens is very important to our community. And we know that at the foundational levels. What I like to highlight is the collaboration that we have with all of the other core services that the county provides. That is very important to me in talking with our staff and making sure that we are the best partners we can be in that area when it comes to health and human services, with our mobile crisis teams, with CDA, with our collaborations with our code enforcement officers, our environmental health, all of the different budgets that you're going to hear throughout the next 2 days. We really want to make sure that the Sheriff's Office is assisting with the security of their services, which then in turn creates a safer Nevada County for our residents. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, and Georgette will take over.
Good morning, Georgette Aronow, Chief Fiscal Admin Officer for the Sheriff's Office. I'm going to be walking through the various revenue, expenditure, and fund balance slides this morning. We're starting with the overall revenue for the Sheriff's Office. The proposed budgeted revenue for fiscal year 26-27 is $77,852,369. The general fund allocation is the largest share of revenues at 64%, or $49.4 million. It should be noted that this general fund allocation includes a drawdown of approximately $4.9 million of the Justice Services assignment, which sits in the general fund, but is restricted to Sheriff's Office use. It's being used to fund a portion of the regional firearms training facility that Aaron mentioned earlier, and we'll talk probably more about that through this presentation. It also is used to fund the fiscal year 26-27 costs for the upgrade of the Sheriff's Office body-worn camera equipment project. The next largest category is for other financing sources at $17.4 million, or 22% of total revenues. And this includes the transfers in of realignment monies that the Sheriff's Office receives, as well as the Proposition 172 monies, and the drawdown or use of the Sheriff's Special Revenue Funds. The remaining revenues total approximately $11.07 million and represents 14% of total revenues. These revenues come from various sources, including sheriff fees and charges, assumed grant revenues, and revenue contracts with various entities, such as the U.S. Federal Marshals and Placer County, among other sources. In terms of expenses, the total for the Sheriff's Office for fiscal year 26-27 is proposed at $84,521,730. The largest change in the year-over-year budget is the funding of the Regional Firearms Training Facility. The estimated expenditures in fiscal year 26-27 are $12.5 million. The project overall is estimated at $19 million, and it's a design, build, construction project that we are about to head into construction for, finishing up the design phase. The Sheriff's Office is funding this project with Sheriff Special Revenue funds that have been saved for many years and are restricted to law enforcement purposes. The county is not contributing any general funds towards the project. Other budget variance highlights include salary and benefit increases, which represent approximately $2.8 million in expenditures. This does include the addition of 3 new positions: a sheriff sergeant, a senior animal control officer, and a correctional officer. There is assumed expenditure of the remaining $600,000 of grant funding for the congressionally designated DOJ grant that we have used to upgrade the public safety communications radio equipment for the county. Expenditures also include approximately $391,000 for the 3rd-year installment, again for the body-worn camera project, as well as there is approximately $99,600 in facility improvements for the Truckee Correctional Facility. Some other things I'd like to note are that salary and benefits for the Sheriff's Office in total are budgeted at approximately $39.3 million. Our jail medical contract is budgeted at $4.85 million. Together, these expenses total $44.15 million and represent 52% of our overall budget. Our general fund allocation net of the Justice Services drawdown is $44.5 million. So basically, our general fund allocation covers the cost of our salary and benefits and the jail medical contract expenditures, just for perspective. We would also like to note that to balance our budget this year, we did cut expenditures or cut desired expenditures. For example, approximately $578,000 in our operations department expenses were eliminated in order to balance the budget. These include costs for sheriff vehicles, various specialized equipment, such as for marine exploration and recovery, diving equipment, and then some of the specialized training and travel requests were not funded. Additionally, on our correction side, there were desired expenditures for jail safety and security, such as an upgraded jail body scanner, and these were not included in order to balance our budget. I'll turn it back to the sheriff.
As stated earlier, the Sheriff's Services is comprised of administration, operations, the Regional Dispatch Center, and animal control. Our administration budget encompasses the Professional Standards Unit, our recruitment, hiring, records, civil unit, coroner, training, and internal investigations, public administration, and finance. Our operations budget encompasses all of patrol, investigations, special enforcement detail, critical incident negotiation team, our mobile crisis unit, search and rescue, boats, off-highway vehicles, school resource officers, and any other units related to the field. Our regional dispatch center, we currently dispatch for all 4 law enforcement agencies in our county. The Sheriff's Office liaisons with Cal OES for replacement of equipment and also performs the hiring, training, recruitment, and management of all of this dispatch staff. Currently, we have 12 allocated positions for our dispatch center. Animal control is currently staffed at 4 for a large county. And they also oversee our HEART team, which has been recognized throughout the state for the innovation of the program involving emergency evacuations. Our body-worn camera project was fully implemented. It's important. It was very important to me when I first took office that we would have body-worn cameras on all of our field units. Last year, we incorporated that with all of our correctional staff inside the correctional facilities, and it has quite honestly been a game changer when it comes to safety. Safety of the community, safety of our incarcerated population, and just as importantly, the safety of our staff. When people know they're being recorded, their conduct seems to be much better, which is great for everyone, truly. All law enforcement agencies are expected to have them. So, however, there are no funds provided by the state. It's not a mandate by the state. It's just a high recommendation. And if you don't have them, you're behind the 8 ball. We have received some federal funding on the initial kickoff, but just as any technology, they have to be updated, they have to be upgraded, and then the increase with our correctional staff. It also comes at an additional demand of other staff when it comes to the Public Records Act and releasing information. All of that information, clearly, to be transparent, is we do want to release some of that information. Some of it is confidential in where we're recording, those types of things. And none of our staffing levels have increased to take on the upload of all the work to provide the requests. We have expanded our investigations unit to add capacity for proactive investigations in solving cases. This expanded unit is already seeing success. In one of our first calls for services this year, a response to gunshots being fired in the Penn Valley area of Supervisor Hook's district, the response resulted in the seizure of 1 pound of methamphetamine, and an illegal firearm was located. Again, without that proactive unit being able to go out and really make a difference in the quality of life cases when it comes to narcotics and definitely gunshot fire, in a neighborhood. That's an impact for the entire neighborhood. So that was a great success. The unit has also conducted follow-up on fraud cases and determined that suspects are coming into Nevada County from the Bay Area to take advantage of a lot of our elderly residents in a lot of the scams. So they've been working hard in that avenue. The design build of the regional firearms facility is underway and expected to be completed in the fall of 2027. Local law enforcement training range has been needed for many years. This range represents a tremendous opportunity for staff to train in a manner that was not and has not been possible in Nevada County, as such with moving targets and timed courses of fire. Design build of the dispatch radio tower and vault is also underway. This was the initial community funding opportunity from Congressman LaMalfa several years ago before he passed. Just a tremendous asset for us to be able to communicate here internally within our partners, but also externally when we have mutual aid. It's definitely something that's been needed throughout the years. We are just starting the implementation of a new records management and CAD system upgrade. Again, this is technology that needs to be upgraded. Our last system got to the point where our vendor was no longer upgrading our systems based on the hardware that we had. So a lot of these things, as much as there is an end of life on them, we try to use them for as long as we can. We've come to the point where it's time to move on. The contract with the new vendor was already approved earlier this year, and we're still in the process of vetting how we're going to implement and the timing of all that. I just want to point out all of those projects are in addition to the regular day-to-day tasks that our staff does in the community. There's always a spotlight on law enforcement, rightfully so. And we need to make sure that we are meeting the mandates that the state and the legislature has placed upon us, many times at an unfunded liability on some of the requirements that come towards us in our community. As such, take for existence our court security. The court security funding for all of the security that happens in that courthouse is not enough. So your general fund pays for a lot of the issues that are in that court security space. Staffing has always been literally a concern for us in law enforcement, struggling to find qualified applicants without lowering our standards is definitely part of, I think, the two of the most important decisions that I make in our organization is who I hire and just as importantly, who I promote, who is in charge of the day-to-day services and making sure that their services are at a very high level. These struggles are not unique to Nevada County when it comes to staffing and recruitment. Throughout our region, definitely similar challenges when I talk to my peers across the state. We've tried to be innovative in our outreach and hiring practices, and offering bonuses, I think, has been a benefit. But again, these positions take a full year after hiring before someone is able to work in a solo environment in the community. So that time gap of that year when someone leaves and someone comes on, the brunt of that work goes on to the rest of the staff. And us trying to be as innovative as we can in keeping those positions coming so that we can keep our community as safe as we can. The MOU with our local police departments for regional dispatch services end at the end of this fiscal year, and we are in negotiations. From my perspective, I hopefully want to continue that partnership. I think it's an important partnership for the safety of Nevada County, and I believe it's the most efficient use of all of our county taxes and resources throughout the county. We've outgrown our existing space here at the Rood Center. The issues with providing equitable space, such as women's locker room space, not only exposes the county to potential litigation, but it also makes it difficult to recruit staff. When you bring someone in and show them their working environment, that has also been part of the vision and the strategic plan of making sure that our facilities are the best that they can be. Currently, we've been forced to assign employees take-home vehicles in some aspects because there's not enough lockers available and not enough space for lockers in the facility here at the Rood Center. However, we're still coming up a little short. So we're looking at other options and other locations for us to have that locker room space. We've currently lost some leases in the community for substations, making it difficult to have a regional area for deployment of resources for our search and rescue team. It's always when search and rescue starts, they will come up with alternative plans that we're all problem solvers. So then volunteers will keep equipment at their homes because we need to keep a lot of this stuff stored and undercover. And then you have regional assets in many different locations, and it does take longer for response times. And again, when people call us, they expect us to show up and not in a timely manner. So we've been looking at moving, and we have been moving our search and rescue teams over to the dispatch center, the former juvenile hall facility. But again, that is a juvenile hall facility, and it's quite expensive to do a retrofit very specifically for office environment or storage environment when it's a lot of concrete cells. But we are doing the best that we can, and so far so good. And again, that's a regional location for those folks. We did request another federal funding project this year. Unfortunately, we were not selected for that, for the search and rescue building, but we are going to figure out a way to make that happen.
For the proposed revenues for the Sheriff's Services budget units, there is a total of $49,738,749 proposed for fiscal year 26-27. As noted earlier, the general fund allocation shown here does include that $4.9 million in the Justice Services assignment that is being used for the range project and the body-worn cameras. Generally, this chart mirrors the chart that we just saw for the overall sheriff's office, so I will move on to the expenditures. The proposed expenses for sheriff's services totals $56,173,398. Again, the largest year-over-year change is that use of funds for the range project. Again, the expenditures assumed for fiscal year 26-27 are 12.5. The total project cost is $19 million. So it's, as Aaron said, it's one of those projects that spans multiple fiscal years. Salary and benefit increases in sheriff services is approximately $1.8 million, and this includes two of those three FTEs or full-time equivalents, the sheriff sergeant and the senior animal control officer. And then there's the assumed carry forward of the $600,000 for the radio project and the $391,000 for the body-worn cameras. This table shows the revenues and expenses for our special revenue funds that are associated with the Sheriff's Services budgets. In reality, though, we use these budgets often across all of our budget units. We use these budgets to balance our budgets. They are generally restricted for law enforcement purposes. Overall, the drawdown for these funds is approximately $6.4 million, and of this, approximately $5.7 million is assumed to be used for the range project, primarily from rural counties and the RCOPS fund.
As mentioned above, staffing is a significant issue for us. Our number one goal is the safety of our community, and having enough deputies on the ground is one of the primary ways we can address the safety needs of our community and truly the safety of our staff. We continue to request staffing each year, and while it has been trending upward, and we are grateful for the added FTEs for 26-27, there's still a greater need for staffing. We have one of the lowest peace officer to population ratios in the region. If just looking at the total number of deputies, we currently sit at roughly 1 deputy for 1,000 people. However, this does not account for staffing units such as the courts, such as supervision and management and training. Response times to calls continue to be impacted as the county is geographically very large, and we do not have enough staffing for full coverage of every single beat that we have in the county. We are still well below our pre-recession deputy numbers, and it is not a black and white comparison. We recognize crime changes, legislation changes, but what typically doesn't change is the expansive geographical area of response. Challenging legislative requirements changes sometimes how we respond to crimes and how we document crimes, and those just take longer for the staff that are working. So again, it's not a black and white comparison for numbers and staffing. I'm grateful for the increased staffing that we've had throughout the years. My concern is the safety and the response times. We tend to respond multiple deputies to one call, which then creates a gap in the other areas of the county if another issue were to come up. So that is definitely always a concern. So then we'll switch over to our corrections budget area. And that includes the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility right across the parking lot, our Truckee Corrections, and our court security. Wayne Brown Correctional Facility division is required to provide clean, safe, and humane detention facilities that meet or exceed the California Code of Regulations, Title 15, and Title 24 requirements, as well as other applicable governing codes and laws. The Wayne Brown Correctional Facility provides medical services, dental services, mental health services, as well as full medicated assistant treatment for incarcerated persons with an opioid use disorder. Further, WBCF offers electronic and in-person educational and religious opportunities, as well as in-person scheduled visitation. The facility offers full-time in-person discharge planning to promote reentry into our community. Our Truckee Corrections, the Truckee Sheriff's substation, is a Type 1 facility, which means that it's for 96 hours. So once a subject is booked into our Truckee jail, they're either going to be released into the community based on the legislative mandates in the criminal court, or they're going to stay in custody. And if they're going to stay in custody, we transport them down to the Wayne Brown facility and then transport them every time they have a court appearance with our transportation unit. The jail provides booking and jail services for federal, state, and local agencies east of Donner Summit. The jail specifically contracts with Placer County and Sierra County for booking services, but also accepts incarcerated persons for approximately 8 other law enforcement jurisdictions. So that'd be the California Highway Patrol in both Nevada County, Placer County, and Sierra County. It's definitely a regional asset for all of the law enforcement on that eastern side of the mountain. Our court security, California Government Code Section 69922, requires the sheriff to provide law enforcement presence inside courtrooms whenever a superior court is in session. They also assist the court attendants in family court as the need arises and assist with transportation of incarcerated persons and building security when court is not in session. The Sheriff's Court Security Unit is to provide for the safety, security, and well-being of all those in the Nevada City and Truckee courthouses, including visitors, court personnel, and just as importantly, that judicial staff, so that justice can be served in Nevada County. For our sheriff's budget, our accomplishments, fully implemented that body-worn camera project in July of 2025. Previously, the correctional staff did not have access to the body-worn cameras. We just had the security cameras in the facility. It adds to professionalism of staff as well as incarcerated populations and keeps them safe, and it provides accountability for the behavior. After 3 years of planning work, we went live in November with the state-mandated CalAIM services in our jail, and we have started to receive Medi-Cal reimbursements for those mandated services, one of the first in the state. Very proud of the staff, the professional staff in our correctional facility for getting that in concert with our management staff. Using the BSCC JAG grant funds, we are in the process of adding Guardian RFID technology to the jail, which helps in the security and the documentation of our accounting for the inmates and their safety. Truly, again, using technology when we can, when the staffing numbers aren't to the levels that we'd like to see, then we'll try to use a technology piece to help in that. That is purely a highlight of that is that Guardian RFID. Helps monitor and document individual safety checks in real time. It will include a comprehensive dashboard that will provide real-time common operating picture for staff, supervisors, and management, reducing the opportunity for a missed safety check, which is entirely very important. We have started using the Pigeonly Mail solution, which has revamped our mail services such that our incarcerated persons now receive a digitized copy of their mail, which reduces the risk of contraband coming into the facility. We try to highlight how important it is to keep contraband out of the facility, and that is definitely a path that we noticed was happening. So by still providing the mandate of providing mail, we're able to keep all of the inmates and the staff in that correctional facility safe. We were experiencing deliveries of mail soaked with drug compound, and then they would use it. This is not unique to Nevada County. Many agencies throughout the state have been experiencing these challenges. We began implementation of a new jail management system for jail records. That's part of the overall CAD and JMS and RMS system that we're going to implement. Additionally, not noted here but worth mentioning is that staff work closely with facilities to oversee the installation of a full facility generator at the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility, and the generator is now fully operational. So that project took several years, but I can tell you that the difference in when a power outage, whether it's planned or not, and all of the equipment working inside a correctional facility, the providing the safety. When we were doing the planned outages, not having some of our equipment assigned to the generator meant that we would not be able to do laundry, not be able to do some of our cooking facilities in our kitchen. And again, when it was designed, we weren't expecting having multiple days, if not weeks, of no power. So having that generator has been a game changer. And this year we've had a couple of outages due to weather and it instantly started, and it works fantastically. Our emerging issues in corrections, clearly staffing. We have similar issues in corrections, those discussed in the Sheriff Services Unit. To keep the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility and the Truckee Facility in good working order, deferred maintenance and safety needs. We're starting a second-tiered fencing at the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility, siding, roofing, all part of the HVAC replacements, kitchen equipment, have all been identified as needed projects, and we're working with facilities to bring them into fruition next year, but they're not included in this proposed budget. We will probably be coming back to the board individually on some of those items, depending on when we have the funding available for those. we have a jail security upgrade project. The Wayne Brown Correctional and Truckee Facility jail security systems, that's their cameras, their video storage, their door controllers are all outdated and antiquated. Funding will be necessary for full facility replacement to include the ability to remotely monitor Truckee and, if need be, control certain security features from Wayne Brown. The upgrade to our body scanner, we cut that from our budget this year. Again, body scanner has been tremendous in keeping contraband out of our facility. That body scanner, I believe we purchased in 2017, 2018, as I was the jail commander then. Again, great tool. Not only is technology needs always to be upgraded, but it's only as good as what the operator can see. And they're not X-ray technicians, they're correctional staff looking at X-rays, trying to determine if something is out of place. There are new AI-assisted tools out there that can help with that. We've been looking at different technology. We've also been looking at purchasing of the biometric wearable sensors, what you see in hospitals. Again, I have a urgent care facility inside that Wayne Brown Correctional Facility that have really folks that aren't in the best of health, typically, when they're inside the medical unit, in those 5 cells in our medical unit. Going to a wearable device seems like a no-brainer. That's what hospitals use to determine if there's an urgent need. So it's not a staff member checking every 15 minutes if someone's okay, or every hour. If you're wearing a wearable, you're going to be able to see and check the condition of an incarcerated person in real time. Again, they're just expensive. But again, with less staff, you have to look at technology to help you with some of those things so that we can avoid and prevent in-custody deaths from occurring.
For Sheriff Corrections, the proposed total revenues for fiscal year 26-27 are $28,113,620. Without going into too much detail on these revenues, I did want to highlight the new source of revenue. The sheriff mentioned it a bit ago, but it includes the reimbursements from Medi-Cal for the medical services that were targeted as part of the Caling Justice Initiative that the state required. So we are able to request reimbursement from Medi-Cal for those targeted services for eligible incarcerated persons. We budgeted approximately $498,000 for fiscal year 26-27, so that's our expected Medi-Cal reimbursement. So it's a new source of revenue for the sheriff's office. In terms of expenses, the proposed total expenses are $28,348,342. This represents a slight decrease overall from the prior year, and that's largely due to reductions in county overhead costs, such as the general liability premium for Wayne Brown. Salary and benefits are budgeted at $16,225,082, which represents approximately 57% of the overall corrections division budget. The year-over-year budget increase for salary and benefits is approximately $1 million and does include the addition of 1 correctional officer. And as mentioned previously, there's approximately $100,000 in facility improvements for the, $99,600 for facility improvements for the Truckee facility. And it's also worth just mentioning one more time that idea that there are these deferred maintenance projects for the jail that have been identified. Approximately $2.4 million was identified by facilities for fiscal year 26-27 that are not included in the budget. Aaron sort of mentioned this earlier about how we hope to bring some of those projects back to the board as they get closer to implementation for board approval, and also as we secure funding for those projects. In terms of the fund balance, the Sheriff's Corrections budget's use of special revenues is assumed in order to balance the budget. The net impact of the drawdown of these funds is approximately $232,712. These funds are restricted for correctional-related activities. The two main drawdowns are where you see not just a pass-through of revenues are the Inmate Welfare Fund and the 1720 General Fund for grants. And that one we've used to house basically the implementation grant funding we've received from the state for the CalAIM Justice Initiative project. We expect that since we're nearing the end of implementation, we'll fully draw down the remaining funds in the next fiscal year. So that assumes in this about $150,000 of use or a net impact of $149,000.
So the proposed staffing change requested looked like 5 and recommended was the 1. Grateful for that. We will continue to look at different technology pieces that will assist us in getting our jobs done, definitely in the correction side and in the patrol side. So in ending, just really want to show appreciation for the funding that we do receive. I think the constituents that I talk to are the same ones you talk to, and understanding that that feeling of safety where you work, live, and visit is important to the economic development of our community, just the overall wellness of the feeling of living in Nevada County. We've looked at different ways that we could come into more of the alignment of what is going to be provided, and I think we've done a really good job at working together with the collaboration with the other units of the county budget. This year we were recognized at the state level for our response to that avalanche. It was an incredible amount of work that happened in just a couple of weeks, really showcasing the commitment that you already have towards the services that we provide here in the county. That in a minute's notice could change because we wait for the calls for service. We try to be in that prevention space as much as we can, and just truly making sure that when we do respond, we're responding with the intentions of making things better. So appreciate the opportunity and open for questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. Pretty comprehensive, but I'm guessing that my colleagues will have some questions. So, Rob, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, thanks for all that. A couple of questions, and this comes from a place of recognizing the important service that you guys provide to the community, particularly from my point of view, the core services, health and safety versus maybe some other ones. So you mentioned I think you described it as a $578,000 cut. And it's hard with the services portion because I know so much of it is rolled into it is the firearms training facility, so it really skews the numbers. But can you just expand on that? I think you said about $578,000 in cuts. Are those cuts or just maybe pushing off capital improvement or whatever? Just a quick summary of that. And then I guess for comparison, on the correction side, it's pretty easy to see you're proposing a $234,000 reduction in the budget. That one's pretty clear. The services side is a little harder, like I said, with all the capital improvements. But can you just expand on that or summarize that, what you described as cuts?
Yes, happy to, Supervisor. Yeah, I think that always there's probably more desires for projects and equipment and training than we have available revenues for. So we just tried to be very strategic about what we included in our budget, and some of the things that we would have liked to include in the budget just wasn't feasible this year, and hopefully we'll look at them again in the next or the upcoming fiscal year following 2026-27 to see if they'll be funded. I think, for example, the equipment on the marine equipment for searches, underwater searches and recovery has been a need for a long time, and but it's probably a nice to have versus a need to have, at least at this point in time. And the undersheriff could expound on that more, but we often rely on other partners to utilize their equipment.
Thank you for that question. Sam Brown, Undersheriff. The one thing I'll add, because Georgette said it pretty spot on, is we don't want to end up in this deferred maintenance situation again, and we've gone through that, like during other fiscal times where we didn't purchase vehicles and equipment, it starts to run down, and then it starts to become a bigger cost. So instead of having to buy 3 vehicles, then all of a sudden you need 10. And so where we had a good comprehensive plan of keeping our equipment and gear and things like that up to date and serviceable, every time we push off a year, that bill doesn't go away eventually. It just grows. And so we do try to weigh wants versus needs. And the monies that we were talking about in that list, there are definitely some of both of those. But some of those wants are included for investigating technology and things of that nature that we fall behind the curve. And so if we have a major investigation, the expectations when we go to court are X, but we're only hitting it at like Z, then that does start to hinder our ability. So although some of those wants have real impacts as well. And so some of those things, obviously we felt we could do without all of the things that we did cut, but it is a mixture of equipment, deferred maintenance, training. And one of the things that the sheriff touted when she came into office was the training she was going to supply to staff. And when we do have less numbers, our staff being trained really well is what helps us provide really good services to the community. And we had met with the district attorney just recently, and they gave us kudos in a lot of things that we do right, like in our domestic violence investigations. There's law changes that kick into place, and they're like, hey, you guys are doing really good in these areas, where they feel like there's training that needs to go out also to law enforcement in the region. And so when you don't supply certain things like that, we fall subpar. And so we try to balance that wants versus needs, and I think there is a mixture in there in the money.
Thanks. And then quick follow-up. I think I accurately portrayed it. If you were to roughly quantify it, it was about 578 in cuts. And now, in that number, we're not talking about, I think in Sheriff Services, you requested 86 positions, or maybe that was corrections. No, that was services. And the recommendation from staff was 82. And then in corrections, it was a similar number, 108 versus 105. That isn't included in that 578.
No.
The 578 would be more tangible
It's like
assets.
service and supplies.
Yeah, and so if you were to incorporate your desired staffing versus the recommended, that number would be even higher. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
No, I don't actually have any questions. Thanks for the comprehensive explanations and detailed explanations of what your needs are and your accomplishments and what's missing. I really appreciate understanding. It's always a lot to understand, so I appreciate the detail. Thanks. I have one question or a request of Aaron, because I realized we used to have a pie chart that showed how much of our general fund went to each department. And for example, for the sheriff's department. So that would be helpful to have too. I don't know if that's something we can put together for.
Sure. We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks,
Thank you,
Sheriff.
Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. It's always good to hear from you and hear about where everybody's efforts are going and improvements, enhancements. Just a couple of quick questions. First, I just want to express some appreciation because the Sheriff's Office revenue overview and the expense overview, excuse me, I feel like I've been really informed. Met with Under Sheriff Brown on the medical piece to understand where that's going, and also we met several times on wages, benefits, all of that. So I feel like when we come into this budget process, I feel very informed. So thank you for taking the time on the backside to describe all that to the board. And again, huge appreciation to your staff for the avalanche effort. It doesn't go unnoticed, and there's still many things unfolding there, so our community's still dealing with it. So I just wanted to express that appreciation. On the deferred maintenance for the jail, I took a tour of the jail, as you know, and we're kind of embarking on an East County visioning process in 2026 to understand the community needs and also the campus needs there on Levon. as well. And I think IGS has another project where they're doing space programming for all the different needs of the county. And I just wanted to see if there was any plan or any discussion about big capital improvements for that campus or long-term savings to enhance that structure, just because it is so old and it needs so much work.
Yeah. When we look at the cost for that maintenance, and a lot of it is deferred, then the question is, maybe let's look a little bit bigger and a little bit broader. We're absolutely open to that conversation. It's got to start somewhere. It's got to start with conversations and what the needs are. I would also venture to say the conversation should be had with Placer County.
Mm-hmm.
And what, they're already in a project, a fairly large project on their jail remodel. But again, a lot of the regional perspective is really important when it comes to cost savings for both jurisdictions.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always been a proponent of regional service. The less oversight or the overmanagement of sometimes our services, we can see a lot of cost savings for the person doing the work that can provide just a better service for our communities. So yeah, always open for that conversation.
Yeah, and we'll definitely include you in the county visioning process and discussion there at a deep level to understand what the needs are. Because the court system, talking with the courts, their description is, hey, prisoners have a constitutional right to stand in front of me in person, and we love to do things on Zoom, but if a prisoner wants, you just call the sheriff's department, and we drive them up there for the day, and we can imagine the cost associated with transporting a prisoner and having those people, your officers tied up for the entire day to take somebody up there, go to court and come back. And then all the other highway patrols, Sierra County, everybody else who takes prisoners to that jail facility. So thank you for talking about that. And then I've heard in other counties, court security is being cut from the state. Is that occurring with us? Is our funding that we receive from the state to support the court security, are we seeing
I wouldn't say
reductions?
that I've been notified that we're getting a cut. Just recognize when we build new courthouses that might have more courtrooms, that is going to come at a cost for more security.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if the state isn't going to fund that, we have to provide a safe environment for justice. So we would look at, how do we accomplish that? There are some supplemental funding that does come from when courthouses expand. And I've already been in talks with the folks at the state about, where and how do we apply for that, so that we're not, running in a negative when we do open. That was part of when folks were asking me about the where a new courthouse would be. The closest we can be to the jail financially makes it better for our office, but it also makes it for a safer transportation for those folks. But recognizing it is a neighborhood, and I don't live in that neighborhood, and we want to listen to the folks that live in that area. So I think, as long as, what we receive today does not cover that full budget, right? And when we as in myself, my peers at California State Sheriff's Association, when we talk to the courts, it's typically, we don't control your raises. So therefore, you have to figure that piece out. If we don't provide incentive for folks to stay here and make a living here, we're going to be continuing in that recruitment issue of not having the staffing at all. And these are highly trained individuals that it takes a lot to get them to be solo working in our courthouses as bailiffs and court security. So the conversations are being had. I haven't heard specifically that we're going to get cut, but I look at the strategy of moving forward in a new courthouse with potentially extra courtrooms that are going to need security.
Good note. Thank you. And then on the search and rescue side, a lot of search and rescue occurs in my district, and I so appreciate the attention, also the volunteer activity that you've been able to support with your paid staff. Talking to our Public Works Department, we don't have we don't have a Public Works facility in Eastern County to store our equipment. So it would be nice if we could connect with the Sheriff's Department to make sure that when we're looking at potential facility locations, they'll support the search and rescue arm, because I think right now it's all kind of co-located there on Donner Pass Road, which is great. But sometimes some of the other areas like Soda Springs are the kickoff point for those search and rescue activities, and it would be nice, and I'll definitely promote that and just ask you to think maybe with our internal discussions about placement of those assets. And then on slide 11, the staffing analysis, I was wondering, what do you think it would take to get a Wolverine truck that looks like that in red? I like the truck. I think that's it for me.
Yeah, the question I get is, where is the Nevada Union?
I bet that's a bigger question.
It's been, we're in
Pretty
the
cool.
process of planning and coming up with designs. I think it's best when the school resource officer in the Bear River Bruin vehicle responds to Nevada Union and parks it in their parking lot.
Love it.
Principal, Kelly's calls me immediately when that happens. But again, it's just a way to connect with our kids and our youth. That is a high priority for me, is making sure that those connections stay at the lowest level they can, and that we continue with that great outreach with the kids in
It's
Nevada
perfect.
County.
Super cool. One quick question, the Medi-Cal reimbursement, and I'm sorry, Georgette, I think I misunderstood. Was our first year reimbursement on the Medi-Cal side for jail or inmate medical, was that $500K or so?
Let me see. I think it was 498,000, so close to that, 500K. And we have already started receiving Medi-Cal reimbursements in this fiscal year. So that's was our best projection for next fiscal year.
Okay. And then the CIP costs that you said you'd bring to the board later, I think it was that 2.6 million approximately, once you shook it out and figured out where the programmatic
It's
detail?
about 2.4, I believe.
2.4, and we'll get that in 2026 or in fiscal year?
We're hoping that the biggest part of the 2.4 million is approximately 2.2 million, so almost all of it, but for a redo of the jail siding around, I don't know if anybody's walked around the building, but the paint is kind of melting off the building, and it's been getting worse over time, and so facilities has looked at options for trying to address that need, but it's fairly expensive, so that needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. It's not ready to bring to the board. It wasn't ready to put in our budget yet. So we'll be exploring that more with facilities and the CEO's office as the year progresses.
And then one final question, I'm done. The proposed staffing, the 5 positions, and I think it's to Rob's question, were those proposed staffing enhancements deputies or corrections? 3 in corrections and 5 in deputies?
There was a few that were in the professional staff. Not just
okay.
deputy sheriffs and corrections, but predominantly deputy sheriffs and corrections.
Predominantly. Okay, great, thank you.
Great. All right, thank you. You guys set the bar really high for the other departments. In your timing of all of this, you took the instruction very seriously, and we appreciate that. Any final questions from anybody on the sheriff's budget? All right. Thank you guys very much, and we'll look forward to getting back to you with the final budget document at the end of May.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Chair, our next presenter is ready if you would like to continue, or you can recess for lunch.
How do we feel? Would we rather have a longer lunch period and get done earlier today, or I'm good either way. So if we want to. What's the direction? I don't want to. Well, probably what we'll have to do is they'll start, and then we'll break at noon, and then they'll come back after 12. Yeah. So. Well, they've been given a certain direction of time, and I want to honor that. So if we can get it done, quick. If Craig's smiling, shaking his head, yes. So yeah, I mean, we'll kind of start. If we're done by noon, great, and if not, we'll have you come back after 1 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, IGS has a lot of different departments underneath it, so I'm sure there'd be it's not going to be one long continual budget running together. I think you guys you're going to present each one of them separately, so. Sure. Okay.
All right, Chair Swarthout, members of the board, you are in luck. We have a very succinct presentation for the Information and General Services Agency today, so this timing works out. So, for the record, my name is Craig Griesbach. I'm the Information and General Services Agency Director. I'm also joined by our agency's Chief Fiscal Administrative Officer to my left, Elise Strickler. We also have several of our agency's department heads here represented and available if we need to dig a little bit deeper into any of their specific programs. Thank you for the opportunity to review our agency budget at a high level with you and the public today. Our agency really is a diverse treasure chest of departments and divisions that enables every single one of our county employees to be successful with the delivery of services to our community. This diversity is our greatest strength and enabled us to deliver quality services along our 10 primary lines of business. That includes central services, fiscal and administrative services, purchasing, animal shelter, Office of Emergency Services, information systems, information security, library, facilities, and airport. These departments and divisions are captured in 4 distinct budget buckets that include information systems and general services, facilities, library, and the Office of Emergency Services. Just like our agency, we have a very diverse funding portfolio with primary sources coming from sales tax received, grant funding, charges for internal services, and general fund allocations. Other sources include donations at our library and animal shelter, Prop 172 funding, and interest, rents, and related concessions. Our agency's total draft budget in fiscal year 26-27 is just north of $38 million. Some highlights of budget variances due to the key core initiatives over the past 3 fiscal years include creating a new budget unit for the animal shelter that was in fiscal year 24-25, implementation of the enterprise resource system Workday, as mentioned by Aaron earlier, in fiscal year 25-26, implementation of several major capital improvement projects at our libraries and airport, and our continued growth in our OES grant project portfolio. Our first budget bucket is information and general services. This includes animal shelter, central services, IGS administration that also encompasses collections, energy services, and cable TV and broadband, information systems and security, and last but not least, purchasing. Highlights of our team's work include enhancing animal sheltering services, support of successful implementation of phase 1 of our ERP system, and continued enhancement of our organization's cybersecurity. In addition to what is shown on this slide, these departments and divisions ensure support for every single county staff member, as you'll hear in the trend throughout this presentation. If our sheriff, community development, health and human service staff, or pretty much any other county staff have break-fix items on their computers or technology, our information systems service desk is there to support them and get them back operational to providing core services to our community. When our organization needs to procure services and supplies, including construction contractors, behavioral health services, all the way down to even buying toilet paper for our facilities, our purchasing team is really there to ensure success. And our mailroom team in central services handles all mail and packages, including processing over 108,000 pieces of outgoing mail. This includes sheriff evidence, DNA swabs, tax collector notifications, health and human service, supportive resources, and much more, making sure our community and customers get the information and products that they need. Some key emerging issues that we're continuing to monitor and stay engaged with are the continued challenges at our current aged animal shelter facility while we continue to manage a very large volume of animals that come to our shelter. Ensuring our organization continues to evolve to stay ahead of the ever-growing maturity of cyber threats, as we currently block over 27,000 cyber attempts a month, including blocking over 1,500 viruses monthly as well. And continue to monitor state and federal legislation as this has impacts to our organization's capacity, budget, and overall project prioritization. The information systems and general services revenue sources are primarily comprised of funding from the general fund and charges for service. Other revenue sources include donations and interest earned through special revenue and internal service funds, such as our solar energy program and central services mail. This proposed draft budget is projected to total $11.6 million. As highlighted earlier, the overall agency expenditure slide, primary changes in the fiscal year 2024-25 include the establishment of the animal shelter budget and limited term staff costs for the ERP software implementation. And in fiscal year 25-26 reflects the implementation of the ERP internal services fund budget being established. These specific initiatives really highlight the support of us providing mandated core animal sheltering services and contribute to executing your board's priority objective of fiscal stability and core services. We have several special revenue and internal services or service funds as shown, which are a way of the county to manage shared services. A few examples of this include our solar energy program, central services mail, and cable TV fees received to support broadcasting of these very board meetings, such as what we have before us today. The fund balances shown are utilized for cash flow and to ensure that equipment, technology, and infrastructure can be maintained and replaced, as well as one-time initiatives such as the implementation of the countywide ERP system. Evolution of staffing in this budget includes the addition of limited-term staff supporting the ERP implementation, fiscal and administrative staff to support grant-funded programs, and the new animal shelter team, as highlighted by Aaron earlier, as we resumed operations of the animal shelter this fiscal year. We closely monitor agency staffing and capacity needs throughout the year based on community and organizational service demands, as well as core service needs. As a rural county, we take a lean approach to this and leverage industry norms to ensure that we are right-sized. I'd like to use information systems staffing as an example of how we evaluate this. Industry average of information systems staffing based on percentage of users in an organization is at 4.6%. We are currently at 2.6%. Industry average of overall organizational spend compared to overall technology budget is 5.9%. We are at 2.3%. As a regional comparable to this, Placer County staffing sits at 3% compared to the staffing percentage metric of this. Overall, we do a ton with a lean and mean team, and we're a leader in the local government technology space, but making sure we're right-sized for our organizational needs. Transitioning into facilities, this includes facilities management, capital projects, and our airport. This team maintains over 500,000 square feet of facilities, including maintenance of our beautiful Eric Rue Government Center grounds that welcome all of us here today as we came into the building, maintaining all of our buildings through life cycle maintenance projects, such as roof replacements, structural repairs, and disabled accessibility improvements. We process over 2,200 service requests annually where this team repairs doors, flooring, plumbing, heating and air equipment, and much more. We had the implementation of the major capital improvement projects that support our community and success of other departments. And this includes the County Operations Center that directly supports our roads and transit services, as well as our Deer Creek Behavioral Health Center that will support our mandated health and human service programs. We support over 21,000 takeoffs and landings at our airport, including our partners at CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service at the Grass Valley Air Attack Base, keeping our community safe for the threats of wildfire. And last but not least, this team completed a comprehensive capital facilities master plan, paving the way for capital improvement priorities over the next 5 years. Challenges and priorities in this budget are related to our continued need for prioritization of our aged life cycle maintenance projects, or aged facility and life cycle maintenance projects, along with the costs and capacity to be able to implement these. Also, over the last several years, our airport expenditures have outpaced revenue increases. This budget relies on an unsustainable revenue model and based on fuel sales and has a limited portfolio of other revenue sources. We're continuing to work collaboratively and explore options with our fiscal team, the CEO's office, and airport ad hoc that your board established through your last board workshop on solutions for budget sustainability, both near and longer term. Facilities budget revenue comes from several sources. The majority funding comes from the general fund and rent revenue and reimbursements. The airport receives the majority of its revenue from fuel sales and secondary funding sources coming from rent, leases, and federal and state grants. Other funding sources in this budget include Prop 172 funding, courthouse reimbursements to facilities for facility maintenance and custodial services, user fees such as landing fees, tie-down fees, and through the fence agreements, TOT funding, and aircraft taxes. This proposed budget is projected to total $8.1 million. Expense highlights year over year include the need to hire a new facilities project manager in fiscal year 24-25 to handle the increase in capital projects, lifecycle maintenance projects, and facility grant projects. In fiscal year 25-26 and continuing into 26-27, includes funding related to the Community Resilience Center grant at our Grass Valley Veterans Hall, as well as airport capital improvement projects. As I mentioned during the emerging issues slide, we are continuing to collaboratively explore solutions to our airport fund balance structural challenges, both near and long term. It is critical that we continue to support airport services as it directly supports the vitality of the community through both direct and indirect economic, recreation, and cultural benefits. It also contributes directly, as your board knows, to the safety of our community through the support of the Grass Valley Air Attack Base. That also includes the CAL FIRE's Emergency Command Center, who dispatches services for over 30 different regional agencies. As discussed earlier on the expense slide, staffing changes seen here are related to an addition of a project manager in response to increased capital, facility, and lifecycle maintenance demands, and also the addition of a grant-funded limited-term project manager related to the CRC grant for Grass Valley Veterans project. Transitioning into our library budget, we have 6 branches throughout our community, including the Madeline-Helling, Grass Valley, Penn Valley, Bear River, and Doris Foley branches. Our libraries are truly the community hubs that welcome everyone equally and bring people together, connecting essential services, resources, and supporting overall community resiliency. We circulate over 780,000 items annually, facilitate literacy programs such as English as a second language, partner with our youth, and empower continuous learning at every single level throughout our community. Our libraries support our overall community wellness and safety as well through operating our temporary evacuation points during emergencies, our warming and cooling shelters during heat and cold weather events, the increased broadband connectivity through digital literacy and access to mobile hotspots, and support recreation and community health throughout our outdoor recreation collections. Our libraries really, truly are the heart of our community. Over the past year, we have continued to closely monitor emerging issues with this budget that are impacted by plateauing sales tax and increasing costs such as increases to salaries and benefits, as well as facility maintenance and improvement projects. We have and will continue to implement cost controls, right-size programming, hold vacancies, pursue additional funding sources as available, and collaborate closely with our leadership team here at the county. Our library budget is primarily funded through Measure A that was passed by the voters in 2016 and funds 83% of our library's budget. This budget also includes general fund, donations, grants, fees from community room reservations, and it also earns interest as the library is a special revenue fund. This new year proposed draft budget is projected to be just shy of $9 million. Over the last 5 fiscal years, the primary variance was in 23-24 for the new Bear River Library, and in fiscal years 25-26 in the proposed new year budget that reflects impacts of rising salary and benefit costs, as well as costs to maintain our facilities. As I highlighted in the emerging issues slide, long-term solutions to this budget's fund balance are continuing to be explored, but is sustainable near term given the department's healthy fund balance. The draft New Year budget proposes decreasing by 1 full-time employee, and we are also currently holding 2 vacancies that supports our overall highlighted efforts for the emerging issues slide with controlling costs overall. It's important to note the Measure A staffing assumptions originally assumed we would reach 42 staff by fiscal year 31-32. Through our program and operational efficiencies, strong volunteer cohort, and effective use of technology, we're able to manage costs and staffing resources while continuing to provide high-quality services to the community. Our last budget to cover before you today is the Office of Emergency Services. Their services fall within their 4 major pillars of emergency services, including planning preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. This team has enabled the community to be resilient in the face of disaster. They continue to do this through educating our community to what it means to be and stay ready, engaging over 2,300 of our residents directly just this past year. Implementation of 29 wildfire risk reduction projects, including multiple landscape level shaded fuel breaks, free community green waste events, such as the one that kicked off this week, and evacuation route improvement projects. Implementation of cutting-edge technology that your board heard at one of your prior meetings for alert and warning software, as well as evacuation communications. Maintenance and enhancement of our Emergency Operations Center that is a model in the state, as mentioned by Cal OES. Last but not least, all the way down to our defensible space inspection program and our inspectors in the field, working with homeowners every single day to ensure our private properties in the county are both defensible and hardened. We continue to monitor potential impacts regarding federal funding and regulatory compliance, as well as recognition that there are limited resources for community green waste programs. These programs empower residents as a force multiplier with mitigation efforts. This was highlighted at your board workshop earlier this year. We also continue to monitor the grant funding resource landscape and ensure sustainability of our priorities and initiatives moving forward. The trend appears to be shifting to less grant opportunities in quantity, but pivoting to the more robust opportunities in scale and overall funding amounts. These resource opportunities are also emphasizing the importance of collaboration with partners working across the many public safety spaces. Our team is really ahead of the game with this, I will say. We're already leveraging this collaborative approach as highlighted with our South Yuba Rim hazardous fuels reduction project, if we use that as an example. This project has an approach as a multi-stream funding portfolio that works across multiple land ownerships, ties in state, federal, and local partners, and is incubated by our quarterly wildfire stakeholder collaborative that our organization leads. This continues to highlight our OES team as industry leaders in all 4 pillars of emergency services. Funding for this budget includes a large grant funding portfolio, as mentioned, through our team's success of pulling down grant funding, also general fund and Prop 172 funding. The proposed draft budget is projected to total $9.8 million. The variance shown in the current and proposed fiscal years is due to the new grant awards for various projects. Many of our projects are multi-year, and some of these top priority mitigation projects include Woodpecker Ravine Phase 2, totaling 726 acres, fuel mitigation funded by CAL FIRE, our Lower Deer Creek Penn Valley Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project, totaling 1,100 acres of treatment funded by the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, Ponderosa Phase 1 Maintenance and Phase 2, totaling 900 acres of treatment funded by the U.S. Forest Service and match funding, and Sierra Foothill Forest Climate Resilience Project, totaling 700 acres funded by the Wildlife Conservation Board. You can see the diversity of funding portfolio that this team has. In addition to our general fund account, our hazardous vegetation abatement fund is also reflected in this slide that is managed through our defensible space inspection program. This funding is to support the removal of hazardous vegetation for defensible space when all the other compliance options have failed and where there is a clear imminent risk that needs to be addressed. Increases to staffing over the last 2 fiscal years reflects hiring limited-term grant-funded positions to support various grant-awarded projects. In the new fiscal year, we're anticipating in reducing positions, removing 2 limited-term defensible space inspectors. If future grant projects are awarded, we will return back to your board for any additional grant-funded positional support that may be needed to support those projects. So as we wrap up the presentation, I hope this was short and sweet and succinct for you. I want to emphasize that our agency is doing everything in our power to ensure that we are providing quality service that is efficient, accountable, and effective while being budget conscious at the same time. Just in the proposed budget that you have before you, we have reduced information systems general fund allocation with this budget by 3.6%. We've reduced facilities general fund allocation by 2.1% with a reduction of 1 temporary maintenance position. We're reducing by 1 full-time position in our library, holding positions vacant, and implementing other cost controls. We're flexing the power and talent within the agency by having interim assignments, such as what we were doing with our airport from our OES and library teams. And we're renegotiating contracts or changing vendors where possible, where there's savings or potential cost savings opportunities. These actions, I think, really demonstrate our commitment to strong stewardship of public funds while continuing to deliver services that our community relies on every single day, including every single staff member in this organization. Thank you for your board's leadership and support through our annual budget process, as well as the CEO staff with Aaron and Barry. They've provided an unbelievable amount of support up to this point. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Good job. Looking at all your people out there. Thank you for all the hard work that you guys do. I think your department, the questions I get is, what is that? What do they do? And then I have to say, library, airport, facilities, purchasing. I mean, it's a lot under one umbrella, and I think you guys manage it really well. So, questions? Heidi, you want to start?
Yep, thank you. Thank you for being concise. That was fantastic. I have 2 concerns. So just maybe want to hear a little bit more about how we're managing that. One, obviously, is the airport. That looks pretty dire right now. And I know you're looking at how you're going to address that. But are you going to need to come back to us for help? I mean, what other options are there out there in the short term to keep it running the way we need it to be running?
Supervisor Hall, from a near-term solution perspective, this is we've been staying in close communication with Erin and her team. One of the potential viable solutions could be a general fund loan as an enterprise fund. And that's something we'll continue to explore in the coming weeks and come back to your board ultimately with a balanced budget with a solution. Longer term, and most of our solutions, I will say, I think are longer term, are building out our funding portfolio to where it isn't, our airport isn't necessarily have an expenditure problem, it has a revenue problem. And so we need to build out that portfolio of either development, looking at user fees, looking at our current leases, looking at our hangar reversion. And that's something Supervisor Bullock and Tucker are working with us on with the airport ad hoc.
Great, yeah, I understand a little bit about that the fees have not been raised in quite a while. And I mean, how quickly could you implement changes that wouldn't create a backlash and provide enough funding for the airport? Is that going to take a couple of years?
Supervisor, many of these will take years, I think. I mean, there's some things we can implement earlier on. We've started some good conversations with the users through a listening session with the ad hoc, but that is more immediate that we can look at as far as raising user fees to be comparable to other airports to our area, but those are fairly minimal, I will say, at the airport. It is going to be a multitude of solutions, I guess, that will happen and cascade over a series of years. So this is not necessarily near term, I would say.
Okay, yeah, you guys are going to have your hands full on the ad hoc, but I'm pretty concerned. It does feel like we have a gap there that we don't know yet how to fill, and I guess we should be, I mean, if you're coming back in a couple weeks already, that's, yeah, I'm pretty concerned about how we got here. And what we're going to, most importantly, what we're going to do about it. So, like, keep us informed. The second concern I have, obviously, is the library. Remind me when the Measure A tax ends, when that, how many more years do we have of that?
2031.
Okay, so we have some time, but that needs to get started too, so we aren't ending up in a situation where we're talking about huge staff cuts or service reduction. So is there a plan to start looking at that in next year?
So we've started those conversations in road mapping Measure A as far as what the renewal process will look like and engaging the many stakeholders and community members that will be engaged with it. We've talked a lot with Supervisor Hook, with North San Juan, a lot of the Truckee community as well. So these conversations are going to be happening over the next several years. As far as a plan to right-size programming, look at cost controls, the leadership team of the library, along with Erin and her team, are working together regularly to implement those solutions, and we'll continue to do so over this next year.
And you're looking at another tax, I'm assuming?
It would be a renewal looking at a renewal or potential modifications to that tax.
Okay. Okay, yeah, great work with everything else. I know you guys do a lot of good work, but these are pretty serious concerns for me, so in terms of budgeting. Thank you.
Hardy, you want to go next?
Thanks, Craig. That's a great presentation with a lot of information done really concisely. Thanks for jumping in there and doing it. And every time I listen to this presentation, I learn something again about what I didn't know you did. I didn't know you did that, and then I learned. So thank you. I'll start by the airport. Just a quick airport piece. Definitely a revenue problem and not an expenditure problem. And I won't get in front of the ad hoc because Rob and I need to bring forward solutions that are vetted through that ad hoc. But definitely, the cost plan is going to come up and the allocation of the cost plan into the airport. Airport revenue is different than other revenue and expenditure areas of the county because it's federally regulated and entitled through the federal government. So some discussions have to occur there on what portions of the cost plan are being allocated into that airport unit because that number has a tremendous amount of cost plan allocation into it, which is driving that. So when Craig talks about, hey, it's more of a revenue problem, we don't have anything to cut because we're not really spending it on staffing or cap facilities or improvements or land. So more to come there, but definitely a lot of work in the ad hoc. One of the questions I had on and maybe I won't, I hope I can frame this properly. On the centralization of contracting tools, resources, and standardization, and then the RFPs and stuff, I know Des has done a great job supporting this over the many years you've been here. I just want to make sure that a couple years ago we had some changes to that, and we made some commitments to enhance our oversight of the contracting process. I just want to make sure, are you feeling like you have the resources to be supported from the board in future contracting negotiations, RFPs, utilization of nonprofit? Do you feel supported so that you have the resources to actually manage that? It's a big piece of what we do.
Supervisor Bullock, we've actually been having these conversations throughout this past year, and I will credit Desiree and her team and Elise and her team they have done an amazing amount of work based on the capacity and resources that they have available to them. We've learned a lot as an organization in the last couple of years just by contracting for big amounts of different types of funding portfolios and everything else. So we've made major enhancements to our contract template languages and also moving towards benefits of centralized contracts. So based on the resources that we have available, I think we're doing a great job, and we'll continue to make recommendations moving forward. And there's actually, next time Desiree and I meet, we're talking about how do we continue to move that forward? How do we have a centralized SharePoint page for contracting services for the organization? How do we have enhanced training throughout the organization? And just over this last year, hundreds of staff have been trained on contracting best practices, where these templates are at. So we're making good progress.
Awesome, thank you. And then the other question, which I forget what, I'm not even sure what slide it is connected to, but defensible space inspection, I'm not sure. Could somebody just summarize what our allocation or how much resources we have to defensible space inspection is? And does that include areas within the incorporated Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, or is that just unincorporated areas?
Supervisor Bullock, this is for unincorporated Nevada County. We collaborate closely with all the regional jurisdictions, but it is comprised of a supervising position and 2 defensible space inspectors. We also have had other defensible space inspection staff that have come and gone based on grant availability. But this team is so much more than just proactive and reactive defensible space inspections and working with homeowners and properties and both the evacuation routes as well. They help implement our grant programs. So like our access and functional needs programs, they were the ones coordinating with homeowners, implementing contractors on site, holding them accountable, managing those contracts. So they're a very universal team, and I'll invite Elise to just speak to the resources funding-wise for that team, if you can speak to that, Elise.
And I could simplify it for you a little bit. If we had a jurisdiction inside, like inside the town of Truckee that wanted to do, we have like Tahoe Donner has 6,000 lots in it. If there was additional defensible space inspection demands, can we help with that? Or are those people allocated to only unincorporated areas?
So your example, Supervisor Bullock, is like Truckee Fire Protection District provides those services in their district is both inside the town and outside the town. And so we collaborate closely with them. But essentially, if there was additional demand on that team for inspection requests or additional services, if that was inside a town or a city, we would be looking for additional resources for that.
From them. Okay, yep. Thank you. That answered my question. I think that was it for me. Thank you.
All right. Rob?
Sure, thanks for that. This is, I kind of echo Hardy's sentiments about how it's always surprising how much is thrown into this department. Heidi touched on the airport, so that was great. Other than I would add, I think we all sensed that, and which is, I think, why we have the ad hoc newly created. And yeah, we're digging into details. I think overall, library's broken out. The airport, of course, isn't kind of as a separate thing, nor is the animal shelter, although that's new. But part of me wonders, having not been around, is that maybe part of the reason why there's a little bit of a surprise at the airport, kind of the state we're in. Anyways, all that to say, going forward, for me, and maybe we'll get there in the specific budget proposal, being able to see those broken down, similar to how the library is, I think will be helpful, because it seems like your department gets these areas jumbled in that are maybe not related, but tend to be, at least here, we're seeing 3 of them that are maybe ones of particular concern with the deficits. So anyways, going forward. On the animal shelter, we're not really seeing the specifics yet, and it's not broken out separately. But I know that's an area of concern, as the library and the airport, as Heidi pointed out. For the library, since it is broken out in a way that's very digestible, as I look back through the historical numbers, obviously more recently there became this shortfall in the last couple of years. Can you just briefly summarize for me kind of what's the cause of that, or what are the, and you probably already mentioned it, but just kind of like summarize it. So like, going back, if I go back to 22, 23, the last 2 years, it's significantly, the net cost has gone up significantly.
Yes, Supervisor Tucker. As Craig mentioned earlier, our revenue has plateaued over the last several years. Sorry, thank you. Our revenue is primarily sales tax, and that's plateaued over the last several years, and our salary and benefits and other costs have outpaced that at a higher percentage year over year. One of the primary drivers was the recent bargaining units. While the average that Aaron mentioned was 5%, the library has seen 10% of salary and benefits increase over the last several years as an average. And that's just quickly outpaced our revenue. So we're continuing to reevaluate and make adjustments as necessary.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And then this might be more to Aaron. On slide 11, the 7.2 full-time equivalents for the animal shelter, middle of last fiscal year, we approved, I think, during that transition, those. So is that those 7.2 that were already sort of incorporated, as opposed, this isn't 7.2 additional employees?
You added 7.2 additional in the current fiscal year. You're also offsetting those additions with reductions of limited term staffing, so it's netting out to be the change from 49 to 54.2.
Okay, so it's basically those 7.2 that we kind of addressed.
They're incorporated in the budget, they're incorporated in that 54.2 number.
Okay.
And I can just point out also, we contracted those services out before to Sammy's Friends. So instead of paying a contract now, we're just paying that money in-house. So it's not it's a shift, definitely, but there's money that offsets it from the original contract.
Yeah, I was more trying to figure out the proposal this year versus last year, what they're asking for. And then can you call up slide 10 real quick? Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's all I have. Sorry, I'm just going through my list here. Oh, yeah, the last one, and this is, I think I know the answer, and it stands out maybe more because of the library, airport, and animal shelter deficits. In OES, I think as you look back, the expenses are exactly what the revenues are, except for this year, there's a $330 surplus. But I assume that would be due to the fact that those are primarily grant-funded activities.
Yeah, so the general fund net cost in this slide in particular for Office of Emergency Services is reflecting special project continuation funds that were allocated 2 and 3 years ago. We're finally now spending them.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, no, this is good. Just sometimes it's hard to separate those dollars from where they went and where they are now without looking at it on the paper. So I get that part. This was good. No, you guys did great. We've already talked a lot about the library and the airport. Just curious, back on slide 11, when you talk about energy, is that so that's your fund balance is coming down to nothing? No, not, yeah, so that's interesting when you look at your fund balances, the fund analysis. The energy and services, is that for the end of our solar stuff? What is that for?
Supervisor Hook, that is to support the cash flow for our energy services program. So the solar panels, we have 5 solar sites, and we have about 98 departments that participate in the benefit from those sites. And that provides the cash flow for paying the PG&E bills and then between when we charge departments for those costs.
Okay,
so this budget pays all
I
that.
just noticed it's, we're just got a gradual increase to the expense side of the revenue. So I just was curious if it's fun to watch it pay for itself at some point.
Yes, and there is if you look at the analysis, there is a stark benefit for especially the one-to-one sites. It's much easier to see.
Yeah.
And the ranch site, it's still a benefit, but not as visible since it's spread out so far across the agency.
I know, so some of those is just interesting to look at the numbers. Yeah, no, thanks for the report. This is good.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the solar, what's the capital expenditure pay down? When do they get paid off? Or do they?
I will have to see when that bond financing got paid off. The county entered into that in 2018, and I'm not quite sure on the due date on that. So I will get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Great presentation. Also, appreciate your timing on this. I also share concerns about the library and the airport. I'm really happy to see that we're highlighting it and we're looking at this now before it becomes a crisis. I have full confidence that we will be able to figure out some solutions. Those are both two very important community assets. Not everybody uses them, but if we didn't have them here, we would feel the loss of them. For a rural community, we do really well with both of those things. So I'm pretty confident you guys will be able to work on this. And it's not a crisis this year, probably not next year, but coming up and having it in front of you a couple of years early, I think is really important. So, any final comments or thoughts from anybody?
I do have a couple final comments on this agency presentation. Just a couple clarifications. One is the animal shelter was a contract, was brought in-house in November. That bringing in-house did come at a cost that the board approved additional general fund allocation for. Going into next fiscal year, they were able to meet their general fund allocation, so they're not in a deficit going forward. I think the challenge with the animal shelter is the facility and how much do we invest in the existing facility versus how much do we invest in a brand new facility. And so that question will be coming through your capital projects as a subcommittee for discussion and recommendation to the full board later in the fall or towards the beginning of the next fiscal year. On the airport, Supervisor Bullock mentioned cost plan as a significant challenge. We are currently investigating a potential error with the cost plan rate that's hitting the airport and causing it to be so negative in this upcoming fiscal year projection. We're expecting to have some resolution to that issue over the next couple of weeks. We also don't think that that is going to solve the whole problem because the airport revenue is so dependent on fuel sales. As we have been talking, and it has the phrase has been thrown out a couple different times, there's a revenue problem, not an expense problem. But there's also an expense problem that we're trying to work to solve. So through the ad hoc at the airport, our hope is that we can come up with some sustainability changes to how we operate, to how we fund things. We may very well be coming back to the board for a general fund loan to help augment some of those longer-term sustainability measures. But again, too soon to really come in a proposed budget with anything like that. So instead, we're opting to dip into fund balance while the ad hoc does its work, and then hopes to come back to the full board later in the fall again with some additional recommendations. I think that was it.
Okay. So, but Aaron, could you just also talk a little about the library?
Thank you.
I think that just will help with that.
I knew there was another one there.
I know, sorry. We've talked about it, so I just.
Yeah, so the library, because of Measure A, when Measure A was first adopted, a comprehensive long-term financial plan was also adopted at the same time as that revenue measure. And what we're finding with that long-range plan is that there were certain adjustments that needed to be made to pencil out what actually did occur, particularly around compensation and benefits. We think there was probably a flat percentage estimated for salary increases, which didn't necessarily expect a pandemic or high inflation or bargained costs. The cost of doing business has changed significantly. So the library staff and IGS staff and myself and my team have all been meeting over the last year, every month, to talk through how's the library doing, where can we identify cost savings measures, where can we hold vacancies. They have been holding vacancies because that is the largest portion of their budget. Holding vacancies is sometimes the easiest way to cap costs, but also looking at operational efficiencies and really leaning into some strategic programming and making sure that we're still providing as robust level of service as we possibly can, but also kind of shrinking that overall portfolio so that we're better managed and better positioned going into a renewal for Measure A. I will say adding an expanded Truckee library in the future is not planned as part of Measure A. We didn't contemplate that. So we will need to be looking at how to address a larger footprint in Truckee with operational costs associated with that. So just some things that we're already talking about and thinking through, and we'll be bringing the board along over the next several years on those things as well.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just if I go back to the airport, just since we're talking so much about it.
Sure.
the cost of jet fuel rising exponentially at this point, is that affecting the airport? Because I know the fuel sales are an issue. Is that helping or hurting?
Supervisor Hall, I would say it's more hurting than helping. It's essentially making us monitor it more closely and make decisions quicker based on, and guessing a little bit where those costs could go when we're buying fuel. So I would say it's just increased our capacity need to manage it. That's the biggest impact right now, but it's changing by the day.
I mean, so I'm not sure I get that. So you're bringing in more revenue because of the expense, but you're selling less because of the cost? I think I'm getting this backwards.
I can probably.
You were talking about the supply, and I think her question as well was more about the demand as well.
Right.
And there's two aspects.
Yeah, as far as fuel sales based on quantity, Elise, I don't know if you can speak to that based on what we've tracked recently.
Yeah. So for the current fiscal year, our jet fuel sales are looking at about 22% lower than we originally estimated when we proposed the current year budget. And it is something we are closely monitoring, as we do expect there may be a drop-off as jet fuel prices increase. And when we purchase the fuel, we add on our margin, the required taxes to recoup those expenditures. So we are, as he mentioned, expecting to see some volatility in that in the near future, and we're keeping a close eye on that market.
Okay, thank you. So it is, the expense of it is causing people to fly, yes, and less and use less fuel.
But the main fluctuation in the fuel sales has to do with CAL FIRE activity, truly. I mean, that's
the biggest
user. So when there's not a robust fire season, then we see less revenue because they're not purchasing as much fuel from us. It's one of those kind of chicken and egg issues.
Yeah, and the fuel, to your point, I would respectfully disagree that when fuel prices typically go up, it's a regional marketplace, so somebody can go get fuel 25 cents cheaper if they fly their plane and tanker it back to Nevada County, but we don't have a lot of turbine users at Nevada County. There's only a few tiny jet sales, so most of it is CAL FIRE, so it's really the 22% as if we had a big banner fire year. Unfortunately speaking, you'd have a bunch of jet fuel sales. But the price fluctuations, unless the margin changes, and I don't know if our margin is flexible or through flow or whatever, but that would typically not change it that much.
So it sounds like for your group also to be looking at, diversifying the revenue somehow, because that's not a sustainable way to bring it back.
Yeah, so the first thing when we talked about the ad hoc talk is having a business model predicated on revenues when the community catches on fire is not the right way to handle it.
Exactly.
But I will say that typically speaking at general aviation, all general aviation airports are in this condition. So they may have no revenue stream at all, i.e. no CAL FIRE base, no real sustainable revenue stream. So really diversifying our use of property, real estate expansion, hangar leases, rents, fees, and charges, grant funding. It's like a whole bunch of different buckets that are going to add up to make it work.
Thank you. Look forward to learning more about that.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like a pretty serious concern to me.
We will be continuing discussing all three of those items, library, animal shelter, and airport, over the next few years as we move forward. So thank you for keeping it to a great time. We are going to recess for lunch, but just a quick question for staff. Is CDA prepared to come at 1 o'clock?
Yes,
instead of 2:30?
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to take an hour break. We will be back here at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited, and obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame. any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks, and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over. Don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and then it's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space, green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River Canyon. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River Canyon.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying could very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, A lot of foot traffic on the roads, so be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and then it's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that, take that with you. And please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just going to end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and then it's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward, downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the #1 thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful, enjoy it, it's an incredibly magical place, but take all of the trash that you brought with you, everything that you brought, bring that back out with you. Odds are you're gonna see some bottles or a can or something like that. Take that with you, and please, please, please pick up after your pets. In addition to kind of picking up trash because of aesthetic reasons, we're also really worried about trash, you know, the plastics and things like that, and also the dog waste for the health of the environment. Because if you don't, it's just gonna end up in the river, and it's bad for human health. It's bad for the health of the environment as well.
The parking lots here at the Yuba River are very limited. And obviously we don't have room for tons of people here often, so people have to park on the side of the highway. And the highway here is an active state highway. It's a vital artery to people in 3 different counties. When we have medical emergencies or any other kind of emergencies in this area, access is always key. And it's always very difficult to get in these areas with fire apparatuses and equipment. So to have that ability to maneuver and to park and to get to somebody in need quickly is very important. Financial cost for parking citations in the hundreds of dollars, especially for these areas. The county has enhanced some of the fines for specific parking zones in this area, so it is very expensive. And it goes basically on your vehicle registration. So if you don't end up paying that parking citation, it's going to end up haunting you later on when you pay your fees with DMV.
So on the weekends, expect long lines, not a lot of parking, a lot of people, a lot of foot traffic on the roads. Be very cautious when you're driving down towards the river. And I think the biggest thing is just to be patient, to understand that it's going to take time to actually park safely, walk down to the river and enjoy. So patience is something you have to bring.
So one of the major threats that we face here in Nevada County is wildfire. And so while you're down visiting the Yuba River, consider the fire threat. Know that on a red flag day especially, a fast-moving wildfire can get out of control. Even a poorly disposed of cigarette could create a fire that pushes all the way down the canyon and into Grass Valley, Nevada City. So this summer we're encouraging folks to just be safe when they're out there. Please don't have barbecues or campfires. Be careful when you're disposing of cigarettes and other products like that that could start a fire. So when you're down here, pay attention to your surroundings. Know that while you're down here, your cell phone may not work. We do have call boxes for you to call out if there's a fire.
Should a fire occur in the canyon, you need to be moving quickly away from it, and don't wait for us to fly over, don't wait for engine companies. If you see it, get away from it, move up the canyon, move out of the way of it, because it's going to be congested at the trailhead trying to get out.
So have a plan to get yourself and your family out safely, and know that evacuations may take longer on those hot summer days if there's a fire in the River King. Think about things like evacuation. How am I going to get out if a fire were to kick off? Because of the orientation of the fuels, weather, and topography, it's important that you do your part to prevent wildfires in the Yuba River King.
In Nevada County, defensible space is a year-round effort. From winter storm recovery to preparing for wildfire season, resilience takes a united community. Create defensible space around your home, property, or business to give first responders a chance to protect what matters most. We are all in this together. Learn more at readynevadacounty.org/defensible space.
The river gives us a challenge. This year particularly with the Spalding Dam issues is that the water is now unregulated coming down the South Yuba River. So we can get fluctuations where you could be in the middle of the river in the morning, standing on a rock high and dry, and then in the afternoon you can be knee deep in water. And it all depends on how much heat they have that's going to melt the snow, that's going to come into Lake Spalding, and that's going to spill over the dam. Being aware that change can happen and being aware when it's happening to be able to move to higher ground so that you're safe and your family is safe.
So what you should do if you get caught in the river is to make sure that you stay calm, make your feet forward downriver. That's the biggest part, is getting your feet downriver. And if you have to flow, you go with the flow of the river. Look out ahead of you, look for any ways to escape, any access out, any tree branches hanging over. Yell for help and stay calm. That's the number one thing, is stay calm. But the biggest part is understand that what's important is being safe.
The more water is in the river, the more risk there is, the more hazard there is for somebody that's swimming. The harder it's going to be to move around, the more easily you could get knocked over, slip and fall into the river, and generally speaking, the colder the water is going to be as well.
Whether you live in our oak woodlands or alpine forests, if you're a resident of Nevada County, then wildfire is on your mind. From community planning to defensible space and green waste collection. All efforts make a difference. We are all in this together. Learn more about wildfire preparedness at readynevadacounty.org.
What people should not bring to the river is alcohol, a barbecue, anything that has an open flame, any type of glass containers. That glass container that you're carrying can very easily shatter on the rocks and it becomes a hazard for not only you, but other people at the river.
If you're coming to the river, that's wonderful. Enjoy it. It's an incredibly magical.
All right, welcome back to the afternoon special budget hearing for the Board of Supervisors. Erin, you want to just kind of kick us off and tell us what we're going to be listening to now, and then turn it over to Tricia.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Members of the board, Erin Mettler, your Deputy County Executive Officer and Chief Fiscal Officer. We have moved things around a bit in our schedule. So this afternoon we will be hearing from Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson, followed by the Sanitation District, also by Tricia Tillotson. And then we will have the Treasurer Tax Collector presentation to close out the afternoon. And then tomorrow we will shift the schedule accordingly. So with that, I will offer it over to Tricia.
Thank you, Erin. So again, Tricia Tillotson, I'm the Community Development Agency Director. And this presentation is structured, so I'll start with a general overview of the Community Development Agency, and I'll be referring to it as CDA for short. Then I'll go into more detail about the administration budget and then the budget for each of our 6 departments. This will cover the entire budget for CDA with the exception of the Sanitation District, like Erin mentioned, which will be presented later. In general, the format includes an overview of each department's major divisions, major accomplishments, focus areas for this next fiscal year, emerging issues and priorities, revenues, expenses, fund balances, and staffing. So CDA consists of 6 departments shown here. That's agriculture, building, code and cannabis compliance, environmental health, planning, and public works. And this image is from our fall 2025 all-staff meeting. So again, we'll start going through some of the numbers here. Overall, excluding the Sanitation District, again, CDA's revenue for fiscal year 26-27 is estimated at about $64.5 million. Major revenue sources are intergovernmental revenues, such as state and federal grants, and internal service funds, followed by taxes, such as gas tax funds, use of money and property, which means interest and fleet-related revenues, and other financing sources and general fund allocation, which represent transfers from the general fund, and charges for services, which are associated with permit fees primarily. Expenses for fiscal year 26-27 are estimated at $71.4 million. This is a decrease from the last 4 fiscal years, primarily due to fluctuations with capital improvement project cost. One bridge, for example, can add $15 million plus to our expenses. Grant funds also change year over year, and while we've been successful at bringing in numerous grants, the grant environment continues to change, and internal costs continue to fluctuate as well. Going into CDA administration, this group provides centralized fiscal and administrative services to the entire agency. This fiscal year, we have included Public Works Administration, fiscal, and administration in general. And then climate, economic development, and recreation board objectives are also included in CDA admin. This past year, administration has improved internal processes, such as with our Public Record Act request responses, and with Public Works leading, our incident response continues to be strengthened. We also launched the optional business license program, brought 2 businesses-related funding options to the community, and worked with partners to bring workforce development opportunities. Certified nursing assistant and other programs, for example, will be coming soon to Sierra College. In the images shown here is GapStrap, of whom our Economic Development Office hosted an initial consultation with and connected the company with resources, including the Economic Resource Council. The Resource Resiliency Roadmap is expected to be finalized this summer as well. And the Resilience Project has held 2 well-attended community meetings and is planning to do so quarterly, providing an opportunity for folks to learn about each other's projects, really strengthening collaboration and working with the Resource Conservation District. We've also used sustainable agricultural land conservation grant funds to develop both a conservation plan to protect critical agriculture land, as well as develop economic strategies to support existing ag in Nevada County. This next fiscal year, we will be focusing on core services, including maintaining fiscal stability and continuously improving customer service and engaging the public. Public outreach, for example, is anticipated to include our wastewater treatment plant tours, the recreation fair, and other local events. And although funds will be more limited this year, as you'll see soon, we will continue to work on board objectives as defined by the associated charters. And much of the work with the board objectives will also support customer service and public engagement efforts. Now that ARPA funds have been expended, partner financial and grant support for recreation and climate have declined. But we will continue to seek grants to support all of the great work that we've been doing in the community. And with less funding, we are not expecting to have matching funds for grants for projects, but we will continue to seek those grants where it makes sense, and especially where it supports core services. In addition, the recreation mitigation funds, aka AB 1600 fees, that are paid as part of residential development, those will need to be evaluated this next fiscal year. And for awareness regarding economic development, we have not included small business revolving loans and film marketing this next fiscal year, as was suggested at the board workshop in January. Revenues for administration are a little over $1.5 million and primarily come from general fund, since the work administration does serves all the departments and serves as the central point for general public services in CDA. Other funding sources, as previously described, also help pay for administration from everything for payroll, invoice processing, billing, and grant administration, for example. Expenses are proposed to decrease for CDA administration for fiscal year 26-27. Again, this is primarily due to ARPA funding being used for board objectives, grant funding wrapping up, and office maintenance, such as replacing worn-out carpets and reconfigurations, being completed. Looking at fund balances, ARPA funds are expected to be fully expended by December. And as also shown here, our recreation mitigation funds, which are entirely dependent on development, are showing a decrease. Once funds come in and are substantial enough to warrant administration to issue requests for proposals, the funds are then distributed to the appropriate recreation zones for construction of new or expansion of existing recreation amenities. For example, we've already issued RFPs for each of these zones and have received proposals this year. And we anticipate funds to be distributed this fiscal year or next, but because the funds are not currently distributed, the ending fund balances doesn't show that yet here on this slide. CDA admin includes 23 staff positions, or about 6% of the CDA workforce. This includes myself, our Chief Fiscal and Administrative Officer, Vera DeFerrari, who I should have introduced, and other fiscal staff, including Acacia Daniels, and our CDA-specific HR rep, our front counter staff, Public Records Act response staff, and 2 staff for climate, recreation, and economic development. Okay, now we'll dive into our first department. So this is the Agricultural Weights and Measures Department. It consists of 3 focus areas. That's environmental protection, consumer protection, and promotion of ag. They cover everything from ensuring that scales, gas pumps, and meters are accurate, to regulating the safe and compliant use of pesticides, managing invasive weeds, and pests. In addition, the Farm Advisor Office, which is separate from the Ag Department, will be reviewed as well during this portion of the presentation. The Farm Advisor is an example of multiple agencies working together. Nevada County, the University of California, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, for example. They all work together to deliver science-based education in ag, natural resources, and human resources. This past year, the Ag Department has performed 38 pesticide safety inspections and held their annual pesticide safety class for growers. They also inspected 1,390 commercial weighing and measuring devices for consumer protection. You may recall also the annual crop and livestock report last year, which is one of the department's most effective tools to educate the public on the impact of ag in our community. And the Farm Advisor Office continued to support University of California cooperative extension programs, such as the Livestock Disaster and Ag Disaster Pass program. They also supported CalFresh Healthy Living Education, Master Gardener support, and 4-H assistance. This next fiscal year, Ag's core services will be the focus, including pesticide safety and ag commodity inspections, consumer protection efforts, and the annual crop and livestock report. The Farm Advisor also plans to focus on all of the great programs that they support and provide. There are some emerging issues with this department, including potential state and federal funding changes for our pest detection, pest exclusion, and noxious weed management programs. For example, recent federal budget actions have resulted in the elimination of USDA-funded European grapevine moth pest detection program. That's a mouthful. This reduction creates an immediate service gap in early detection efforts essential to safeguarding the county's agricultural sector. In addition, the general fund allocation is proposed to be reduced by about 3%. This reduction may affect our maintenance of effort requirement with the state for continued eligibility for unclaimed gas tax revenue. At first glance, the county's decrease in contribution could raise concerns at the state level should we fail to meet our MOE threshold. The department, however, continues to work to identify appropriate spending opportunities, both in the short and long term, to address this reduction. In addition to the MOE concerns, continued threats on the gas tax, such as legislative pause, changes, or moving to a mileage tax, could potentially impact the Ag Department. Since the passage of SB 1 in 2017, for example, unclaimed gas tax revenues have continued to increase year after year. However, as the state continues to transition to more electric vehicles and other electric equipment, it's expected at some point the gas tax will plateau and even decline. The Ag Department, through its professional association, continues to monitor this situation, is in the initial phase of studying this issue. Total Ag and Farm Advisor revenue comes to a little under $2 million. Primarily, revenue sources are the county's general fund, that's that maintenance of effort I mentioned, and intergovernmental revenues, which are mostly state funds. The department's ability to recoup costs through charges for service or license permit fees are limited under government code, in which express authority must be given by the state legislature to charge. In those areas where authority is given, fees are typically capped and full cost recovery is not realized. Expenditures are anticipated to increase this year due to salary and benefit increases, expanded community engagement, and increased equipment costs, including the replacement of 2 vehicles. One small piece of the budget that is projected to see some change is the fish and game fund balance, which comes from fines collected by game wardens from violators. We are seeing less revenues coming in as of late, so that's what's reflected here in this slide. For staffing for the ag department, the staff includes our ag commissioner, biologists, and technicians, and we expect it to remain the same this next fiscal year. So that concludes ag, and we'll now dive into building. So for building, we'll discuss their main 2 service areas, which are plan review and inspections. This past year, our building department has made a lot of efficiency improvements, including improved permitting software and internal processes, and implementation of remote building inspections. The building department has also continued collaborating with many of our local partners and expanded public education and outreach efforts. This coming fiscal year, the building department will continue to enhance outreach and education, as well as promote remote inspections and digital submittals. Even now, folks can click on Schedule a Virtual Inspection on our website, as shown on this slide. With all of this great work, we are still seeing relatively low building permit numbers as shown here. This directly impacts revenues. So fire insurance costs, interest rates, labor and material costs, and even still some supply chain issues are also making it expensive to build in our area. For revenues, for example, they total approximately $2.4 million is what we're estimating for the building department, and primarily come from permit fees. Expenses continue to outpace revenues, and as such, we have eliminated 2 positions and will hold 1 position vacant until revenues increase substantially. We also eliminated a software expense that would have been nice, but not absolutely necessary. And meanwhile, we've seen some overhead fluctuations. So the fund balance for the building department is minimal and continues to be a concern. Holding a position vacant will allow us to use less fund balance while remaining nimble should workload increase. Meanwhile, staff will continue to seek ways to improve our efficiency to reduce expenditures. As I've mentioned previously, we're decreasing staffing in our building department by 2 positions, and we'll continue to monitor resources as we go forward. That concludes building, and now we'll dive into code and cannabis compliance, which consists of 2 primary divisions, code compliance and cannabis compliance. This past year, the department has seen a lot of accomplishments, including internal process improvements. We had the honor of hosting a cannabis forum attended by decision makers and program implementers across the state as well. As far as compliance, staff have closed a significant number of cases, and we implemented tools such as abatement and receiverships. Cannabis complaints were also addressed administratively and via warrants and abatements, working with law enforcement and state partners. In addition, staff removed 88 abandoned vehicles from public roads. This next year, the department will focus on working towards compliance with code cases and continuing collaborative enforcement actions. Meanwhile, staff will continue to seek cannabis grants, as we have been very successful with the last several years, and it's really helped our growers come into compliance. Meanwhile, with emerging issues, citation fee collection still remain challenging, and we plan to implement voluntary dispute resolution services for the department for department-referred cases, which we think will help with some of our more difficult cases. For revenue, it's approximately $2.8 million estimated for this department and is primarily funded by other financing sources. That means general fund, including from cannabis taxes and intergovernmental revenues, mainly from state grants and funding sources. Expenses this next fiscal year are expected to be slightly more than last year. This is primarily due to cannabis grants. And this is even with reduced professional service contracts anticipated. Looking at fund balance, we do plan to use some fund balance this next fiscal year, And this is to address nuisance complaints such as properties with excessive litter accumulation and to cover program implementation costs. The fund balance will be continue to be monitored and resources will be adjusted as needed in future years. For staffing, we're proposing to remain the same this next fiscal year at 10. Now we'll dive into environmental health. The primary divisions for environmental health are consumer protection, land use, hazardous materials / solid waste, and vector control. This past year, environmental health has implemented necessary permitting software updates and updated internal processes. The department also led the drought resiliency plan development that we expect to bring to the board here soon. The department also implemented state-mandated but not funded organic waste inspections and data collection. This next fiscal year, the department plans to continue outreach and education and focus on state-mandated inspections of permitted facilities and education. Emerging issues include unfunded state mandates that continue to be a concern as the volume of work grows and activities increase involving the department, both of which are stretching our resources. Looking at environmental health's revenue, they do expect to have about $4 million in revenue. That's primarily from direct charges for service, other financing sources such as state funds and grants, and intergovernmental revenues. Expenses are projected to increase this next year due to increased overhead costs, a one-time software cost, increased vector costs, and although minor, an increase in the cost for Sentinel chicken program. This next fiscal year, we do anticipate using fund balance, primarily due to unfunded mandates, but we'll look for efficiencies throughout the year, including if positions open up and looking at them with attrition in mind. With that, the staffing numbers for environmental health are projected to remain the same for next fiscal year. So now we'll discuss the planning department. This department consists of two divisions, current and advanced planning. Current planning focuses on processing of land use applications, environmental analysis of projects, Surface Mining and Reclamation Act compliance, and implementation of the county's general plan, zoning and subdivision ordinances, and CEQA guidelines. Advanced planning is responsible for general plan and zoning ordinance updates and implementation, intergovernmental coordination, special land use projects, and recreation and resource protection. This past year, planning has implemented software and process improvements, processed 163 land use applications, hosted numerous pre- and post-project meetings, developed a housing opportunities webpage working with economic development, and completed all required surface mining inspections. In addition, the department presented the alternative housing RV ordinance and presented ordinance modifications for subdivision map time limits and cell towers. For this next fiscal year, the department will focus on maintaining effective and timely application processing and plans to complete the resource resiliency roadmap, the safety element update, and start work on the housing element update. Just as described with the building department, however, we anticipate seeing relatively low planning application numbers this next fiscal year. Meanwhile, fund balance is being used that is intended for mandated long-term planning updates, such as to the general plan and zoning codes. As mentioned earlier, we will be starting the housing element update, and the open space element is next, for example. Looking at revenue for planning, it is approximated at $2.4 million and is primarily from other financing sources, which again is general fund, fund balance, and a little bit of recreation mitigation funds. The second largest funding source for this department is charges for service. Expenses this next fiscal year are projected to decrease despite increased overhead costs. This contraction in cost aligns with decreased revenues and the removal of one unfilled position. And as I mentioned earlier, we do plan to utilize some fund balance this year, which is primarily intended for required advanced planning work. The concern is that this is not sustainable, and so we will continue to look at other ways to improve our efficiency and manage resources. This year, or next fiscal year, staffing allocations are proposed to be reduced by 1. And then please note on this chart that this does not include our contracted fire planner position with CAL FIRE. All right, so now we're at our last department, and this is Public Works, which consists of 6 divisions. That's engineering, fleet, roads, solid waste, transit, and wastewater. As I mentioned, though, we will not be talking about wastewater with this budget because it is a separate sanitation district, so that'll be presented separately. Public Works has accomplished a lot this year, including efficiency improvements with software, internal processes, and incident response coordination with CDA and countywide. Many projects have been completed or have progressed well, including the McCourtney Road Transfer Station, free youth bus fares, implementation of organic waste regulations, paving over 3.5 miles of road, vegetation removal, advancing the construction of 3 bridges, completing the Combi multi-use trail, and the Tenloy Transfer Station, and that's just to name a few. This next fiscal year, the department is poised to focus on core services, including maintaining roads and vegetation, completing the 3 bridge projects currently under construction, maintaining the county fleet and transit, and continuing implementation of the organic waste programs. For emerging issues, economic impacts are still a concern and are affecting development, and the power of our dollar, which just means we can't do as much as with the funding that we have. Federal and state funding and programs are also something we are watching and advocating for, and any change we can have a significant impact to our ability to maintain roads. And lastly, the county surveyor rate is proposed to be increased since state-mandated maximum fees for corner record reviews are not sufficient, and the cost for services has risen. Continuing with emerging issues, gas tax revenues are plateauing, like I mentioned with the Ag Department, and we do expect downward trending at some point in the near future. Meanwhile, other costs are increasing, again, decreasing the power of the dollar. Funding for electric vehicle and clean air mandates remains minimal, with most programs not being applicable to what is actually needed. Fee reviews are also anticipated. That includes like solid waste in Eastern County, for example. Talking about solid waste, that division's also impacted with organic collection requirements with no funding attached. The increased costs and decreasing allocations will also likely result in us not being able to continue to fund litter abatement potentially along county roads, which we started this past year in a few locations and has been very successful. Revenue for Public Works, not including wastewater again, is over $49.5 million and is primarily from intergovernmental revenues. That means primarily state and federal grant funds and pass-throughs. The next largest revenue source is taxes, and that's primarily gas taxes for Public Works. This is followed by the use of money and property, which includes interest and fleet-related revenues. This next fiscal year, projected expenses are not anticipated to be lower, primarily due to less major construction project costs. Are anticipated to be lower. But also, we have decreased department vehicle purchases, for example. Meanwhile, Public Works has also seen an increase in overhead costs and software costs that we are monitoring. A snapshot of fund balances is shown here. It's important to note that these fund balances are not related to the general fund and have very specific mandated uses. For example, the road and fleet fund balances are specifically intended for road maintenance and fleet replacements and cannot be used for other things. Along those same lines, the county service area and permanent road division funds are taxes that are collected specifically for use in specific zones, and we are entrusted to use those funds to repair those areas' roads, which we plan out annually as described in our capital improvement plan. And the Solid Waste Western Fund is for post-closure costs at the closed McCourtney Road landfill for things like annual repairs and monitoring of the closed landfill. For staffing, we have seen an increase, and that's primarily for bus driver positions, which are still in high demand. So we've added 2. That ends the presentation for CDA, and so happy to answer any questions.
All right, a lot to go over in a short period of time. Thank you. Questions? Sue, I'm going to start with you.
I know this is different when you get to read it by yourself at the time, but then when it gets spread out over a quick amount of time, it's a lot of information. So it's very interesting. I know I keep watching what these fund balances as they start to decrease, and those are, I can see where we're going to really start having some challenges over time. You guys have been very frugal, actually, with your money. So sometimes when we want something, we're not being able to do that, and I can see that's going to get a little more difficult as we go, especially when I'm looking in roads. When I look around, what these guys are doing with a small amount of money is pretty amazing, but that one we do have to figure out how to become more sustainable without, and I don't know what the answer is when we look with vegetation management and how that all translates into different departments and away from OES and to, and that's not really even caught in this part of the information, which I thought was interesting. That came out of OES more than it came out of here. So there is more going on with our budget than just the budget for public works. So anyway, that was just an interesting thing to me too. And then like, how do we get some of these to continue to pay for themselves? Like code compliance is my other one that I watch. I do the work they're doing, and especially now that we have different avenues for recouping. Well, no, not recouping, but for closing out code compliance issues, right? Especially with our, now we got to wait for the money to come back in. And that's the one I'm a little concerned about, because that is the way to get things done. But how are we going to keep that fund, keep building? That has to have a nice fund balance at the end of it. So I'm just kind of watching those as they continue to go. We're not seeing as much cannabis come and go as it was, although I see new applications or for, possibly doing amendments to their processes. I don't think we're going out as many of those code cases as we were. I think but when you look at 265 yearly inspections that they have to do on that with a small crew, that's another thing. I just look at that, how we have to continue to stay sustainable on that. Some of these are just interesting. I'm impressed with the way you came up with the numbers. I'm glad to see holding off on maybe not having to spend quite so much on our electric vehicles as we are right now. That has to slow down a little bit because at the cost. But again, we're looking at that too, cost versus energy versus fuel. So I see those things are going to be different. That really isn't, we're looking at the future, and I think you penciled that in, which is interesting. And then even looking at transit as we look how to continue building transit in this community and helping people get from one place to the other with the cost. If that wasn't back funded in from the state, I don't know where we would get on that. We're just a very different community, and Robin does a great job over there and his team. So I don't really have any questions because I know I've been looking at this. I just feel like I think there's things we have to keep an eye out because, again, some of these are processes that we need to provide, but there's not a whole way to generate dollars to come in, and that's probably the most concerning. So, but good reports. Thank you for the intensity of it. Some things like I said, when you look at it, it's like, I look at planning, the work that they have to do. A project takes a long time, and then people don't, and that doesn't end up being, it doesn't even correlate with building and planning, which is always interesting. You think with planning going along, building would come with the same dollar growth in their offices, but it doesn't. And I got to say, you guys have been really creative with that. I like the work that we're doing with the cities and some of the things like that. I think that's going to help us. So I always appreciate you all answering questions when we come ahead of time from this office too. So I feel like it's you guys did a great job. So appreciate that. So I don't have really questions.
Thanks for that. It was a very detailed report. I had a quick question on slide 43, and this is kind of specific, but can you just give me a quick summary of that environmental health penalties kind of revenue stream? So the revenue is $7,900 and the expense is $4,800. I'm just curious what that entails.
And the penalties, I believe, we're showing for next fiscal year to spend 48,677 from our penalty balance, leaving 71,259. And I will ask fiscal staff if they can expand on the penalty discussion a bit.
Penalties is able to provide support for staff that works in the main environmental health, because when they are out inspecting penalties, they track that and we can reimburse. So that's the expense that you're seeing, is mostly reimbursement of staff, because we pay staff out of the main environmental health, the 1123.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing if you don't speak directly in the mic. Thank you.
Okay. So the main expenses for penalties is the contract for hearing officers and to repay other departments for standby staff for hazmat. So when staff goes out, when they are on standby for hazmat, they track that time, and penalties repays their department.
I might add, for example, you might have a hazmat situation on I-80. We might be able to apply penalties, receive those penalties, and it would go into this fund. So that's the fund where, again, it's a small fund balance, but that's typically how it's used.
So that, if I'm understanding correctly, that's not like a snapshot of the year that, taken that much in penalties, which that may be correct, and then it's going to cost $48,000. That $48,000 may be funds that were from previous years that had accumulated in the fund, so it's not a direct correlation. Okay.
Yeah, the revenue is estimated just from past experience, and then the expenses are for staff.
Okay. And then it's kind of getting into the minutia, but the building permits went up. They've doubled in the last since 2023, but I think they went up slightly this year, but we're projecting less revenue. Just like grand scale, why is that? You would think it would correlate, but.
I can explain that. So we are issuing a lot of roofing permits. We're issuing a lot of simple permits for, remodeling and that sort of thing versus, new homes, for example. And so that's a much different level of permit fee for a simple permit.
Yeah, thanks, Trish. It was a lot to cover. And I have more generic but similar concerns about the loss of revenue and the, loss of programs that we're going to be able to fund. And I know you're doing everything you can. So just expressing my concern about that. I think I'm looking also on slide 43, the fund balance. So again, maybe I'm reading it wrong too. No, but it looks like, we're using a huge amount. You're expecting to use a pretty large amount of the fund balance just to get through the year. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, for environmental health in particular, on this slide, we're proposing to use just under $500,000 of fund balance. A lot of that is we have implementation of SB 1383, which, as you're aware, is an unfunded mandate. And so as we continue to right-size our implementation of that legislation, it is coming at a cost to the county.
But the top line there also is concerning. So this is not sustainable at all. Like if you've got a fund balance left of $863,000 and you've spent all the revenue, you can't do that for another year. You don't have enough for another year.
Right, and this is reminiscent of many of our departments at this point. For this one, for example, though, if you look at the top line, we're proposing to use $134,000 this next fiscal year. So if you were to take, this is super simplistic, but $800,000, that could fund several more years, for example.
Yeah.
But we're looking at it.
Much,
we're looking at if attrition happens, if other things happen and there's opportunities to be more efficient, that's what we're going to be looking at going forward.
There's only so much you can do to be efficient too. think I had the similar issue on slide 51, although I may be reading that. No, I'm reading that right. Yeah, same thing, just you're having to use fund balance in a way that we wouldn't normally anticipate. I did have a question also on the cannabis. So I understand that most of the staffing is staying static, but on cannabis, I'm curious, we put a lot of money into that when we developed the program. Really had to add a lot of staff because it was brand new. We had to develop the regulations. We had to institute enforcement. I mean, it was a ton. But we're continuing to have the same staffing level. I'm wondering if that isn't a place we could be reducing, not the code compliance in general. I know that's a ton of work, but the cannabis compliance specifically.
Right. So we currently have 3 folks primarily focused in cannabis, and that's an area where we've had one person help out in many other departments to help kind of fill the gap elsewhere, but also help spread the cost for that staffing position.
Okay.
And then we're looking at that, again, attrition is something that we're going to continue to look at. Sorry to keep saying that, but that's one of our main goals is to look at every position as they open up and really see, hey, do we have to fill it right now or not?
Right. Yeah. And then the last part are sort of the pieces of like our outdoor recreation economy, and we were looking at the film permits, and we're not going to go forward with that. I mean, I feel like some of this stuff is invested because we're going to be making money later. Like on the film permits, if we do that right, we'll more than recoup our costs from that. I remember the presentation seemed pretty positive about the opportunities there. And same with our recreation, all of our recreation inputs. It's like we know we're getting the people, we know they spend money here once they're here. We're trying to provide the bare minimum of services and keep things clean. Do we do some kind of analysis at some point of if we can keep investing, can we, and see the recouping for the economy as a whole? It's a big ask, I suppose, but I just want to make sure we're keeping that in mind. Because that is like a big, I get it, that we can't just keep putting money into something that isn't giving us immediate returns, but it's such a huge part of, I think, the shift we're making for our economy as a whole that's totally going to benefit the entire county, all the cities, and should be bringing in more revenue. It's just not, we don't know exactly how much or exactly when it's going to take off, right?
And our Recreation Resiliency Master Plan that the board adopted, and then also our Economic Development Action Plan touched on that quite a bit on, you could invest and then you might see this kind of realization in the future. The challenge is that it's not as direct as, building a bridge. So you don't see it right there, in front of you. I think one of our successful strategies that we're going to really be focusing on, and we've been focusing on this past year and will continue next year, is seeking grants. And so with the climate bond coming out too, we're hopeful that we can bring in a lot of funding. And that's really, it's been helpful to have economic development, recreation, and climate staff all working together with our community partners and board members to look at which projects should we go after. So I think we're well poised, especially with those 2 plans I mentioned, to go after grants.
Great. And then my final comment is along the same lines. Jan brought up the really has deep desire. He wrote me a long email about, really needing one person as a sustainability manager to not only do all the work we want to do, but to be able to be aware and apply for all those funds that could be coming our way. So just want to put that out there, that if there's some way we can keep that momentum up, that would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, and we're looking at that too. We're not looking at adding one position, unfortunately, because of budgets. But what we are looking at doing is each department really has a role in climate. And so if you look at the RRR, for example, our departments are reviewing that document and making sure that there's feasibility there. And so what we're looking at doing is a lot of what's in that plan are things that we're already mandated to do, or we're already planning to do, or that the board's already adopted in some sort of plan. So we're hoping that having each department engaged will continue, especially with our staff that are working on climate. So we have 2 part-time, not part-time, but they dedicate part of their full staffing position to climate, including myself, and Shavati's involved, and Kimberly as well.
Yeah. No, I hear that, but I think at some point it's important to have it reside in one person, even if it's part-time or, ideally full-time. And so, again, that would, hopefully we could bring funds in to help support that, because you're not going to have that dedicated person really looking for all of that. So, yep, that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Tricia. Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of information here. I'll try and, I think my questions, addressing the shortcomings in the fund balances, definitely recognize that. Excuse me. One of the questions I had was just in no particular order, but the ARPA funds, we've exhausted those, and there's been some discussion at the state and federal level about audits, coming back, re-auditing those processes. Have we seen any interest in doing that with our ARPA program?
We have not heard of any incoming audits on that, but we're well aware that that is an easy target, if you will. We had to do quarterly reporting. We're still doing quarterly reporting on all of those expenditures and had to maintain robust records. So we will be prepared if and when that comes to Nevada County, but I haven't heard anything directly.
Hopefully, hopefully not. And then the gas tax has been a kind of a continuing topic of discussion. Is there any more kind of signals coming from the state on potential backfill opportunities or reallocation of that gas tax declining revenue?
Well, I did reach out to Caltrans just recently regarding the potential for a mileage charge. And so that's really what the state's looking at for long-term sustainability. Because you could imagine if you have a majority of electric vehicles at some point, you're not going to be bringing in that revenue. So that study continues. I asked Caltrans if they had a major update yet, and they did not. So I was going to reach out to them again next year to see if there's something on that. I know work's continuing, though. County engineers, for example, are continuing conversations about it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, answers my question.
Okay.
I remember the presentation they made to us, talked about it, continuing that forward. Just a quick question. What is the remote inspections? What does that entail, virtual inspection?
So it's really a great innovation, and I know George and his team worked hard on this. So what they're able to do, and we could have George come up if he has more to add, but what they're able to do is a contractor, let's say a contractor is in Truckee in a remote area, they can essentially call in and show us with their cell phone, maybe how many nails they've put in a wall, for example, and that saves our staff time, significant time, so we don't have to drive up. It also saves costs for building applicants.
Cool. It's like a FaceTime
exactly.
deal. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. On the code compliance side, I know we've talked, the board's talked a lot about kind of handling our open code case violation, and then I know, not to name any names, but in my district, there's some fees sitting out there kind of in different various levels of collection, not for any lack of process or care, but just it's the way the process works. And maybe a question to Allison, is there a proposal or a staff item in play about coming back with changes to how the board handles code compliance? I think we talked about it, I just can't remember where it was.
Yeah, the last time we talked about was at the board workshop, and we don't have an item scheduled to come back to the board. If that's something that the board would like to have an update, we're happy to do so.
Okay. Because there is some funding sitting out there, and I think that was part of what your presentation, not a lot, but on the unfunded mandates part, which I think all the budget units are kind of talking about that, we've heard the term a lot. I know our Ledge platform, just to put it out there for people listening online, our Ledge platform has a lot of energy around working with our legislature to understand unfunded mandates. But is there anything that we can do to help you assist in that through CSAC or NACO or any of your professional organizations? Because I know in CSAC, particularly with HR1 impacts, there's a lot of focus, but is there anything we can do from the CDA perspective?
Yeah, I think the board's involvement in our professional organization, CSAC, RC, NACO has been invaluable. And so it's really helpful to have you telling our story of a rural county. So that's been very helpful. I know that sometimes as legislative bills come up, it's very helpful to have letters of support or opposition. And this board's been really responsive to those requests. So that's very helpful if we continue that as well.
Continue forward with what we're doing. Okay. Supervisor Hall, you brought up a good piece, and I know Jan brought up the RRR, the Resource Resiliency Roadmap. Sue and I have spent a lot of time recently in public discussions with our community about those pieces, and I kind of put $2 by it because the last update we got at the Love Building really talked and highlighted the grant opportunities associated with those and your confluence of economic development, climate, and recreation. Just as one board member, I'd like to see that continue forward in that collective piece, because I think the community kind of, what I heard was move forward, widespread interest countywide, and a lot of grant opportunities. And then after we left the last meeting, the Resiliency Project, I was meeting with some community people, some fire agencies, and they were all working collectively with our cities to go after grant funding. So I think from my perspective, I would support a position in the future because I think it's going to pay for itself plus bring additional revenue in for those topic areas, climate, recreation, and economic development. I think potentially if we did it right, if we funded the position, we could pay for the position plus more. So just as one board member, I'd be happy to look at that if we could in the future. The housing element update, I was just wondering if there's any interest or if planning staff or you're internally talking about the general plan update as a whole, because the housing element's one piece, and I know the general plan update has been discussed. I know I've heard that it's bigger than what we want to tackle right now, but is there any discussion about, because that's another economic driver potentially about rezone or changing or density or infill, all those things come into the general plan application that would allow us to drive additional building.
Yeah, and I know Brian Foss is here, our planning director, if he'd like to provide more details, but what I would share is that if you look at our general plan, because we haven't seen the growth that was projected when it was originally developed, there hasn't been a really driving need, I would say, from a staff perspective to redo the whole general plan. And it has been updated as required by the state with each different element. So that's really been our approach to date. That's certainly a conversation I think the board could continue to have if there's a need to update the overall general plan. It's very costly though, and as I mentioned, we're utilizing some of the fund balance intended for those long-term planning efforts. So finding funding for that too would be something to consider if you look at that.
But just to be clear, you're saying that the drivers may not be there because you're not seeing the actual pressure in those different areas of the GP that would require us to do a full plan amendment.
Correct, from a staff perspective. But of course, there's value in relooking at strategies and things over time. And
sure.
But I do think that's a board discussion.
Yeah,
topic.
no, it's good. Yeah. It's good to get your insight on that because you would know. And then the zero electric, the EV, our electric vehicle program. Are we expending cash or are we utilizing previous grant revenue? Which?
A little of both. With our zero emission buses, for example, Robin's been very successful at bringing in grant funds to help pay for those. Sometimes though grants require matching funds and so forth. And then we do have our zero emission vehicle transition plan that the board adopted several years ago. That was mandated to have that plan in place. And so we should be looking at converting our fleet to electric. And as that plan laid out, though, it's going to be incremental. So there could be use of our funds to do that, but we think we can supplement that with grants.
With grant funds? Okay, just curious. And then are there cuts to transit services on the disabled side? I know a couple, maybe a year ago, there was this big paratransit cut that Robin discussed. Is that still happening, or did that get back funded when the shakeout happened with the budget?
So our transit and paratransit services are not being proposed to be reduced at this point. What we have seen, in addition to some of the paratransit challenges in the past, we do occasionally see a challenge with having enough drivers. So we have had to eliminate some of our routes occasionally, and that continues to be a challenge. So I know we're continuing, and that's why we added 2 more positions for drivers, just because it's that critical. To just provide the core service for transit. So that's one thing I always like to put the word out there. Anyone's interested, give us a call.
Yeah, thank you. And then one final, the litter removal project you talked about, maybe, I know that the original funding is coming to an end, and so is that going to be reviewed in this budget, or will that be next year's? But do we have enough to finish this fiscal year?
We have enough to finish this fiscal year. I think continuing to go through the draft budget, that's a high priority project, but right now, for example, we're not proposing to be able to fund it. So that's something to consider.
Okay, and would that end, excuse me, calendar year 27 or fiscal year?
This would end June 2026.
June of 26, okay, thank you. In one final question, this is an overview for Aaron, and I brought this up earlier. One of the challenges, I think, just as one board member, to balance the understanding of what's forecasted revenue and then these shortfalls, because what we're presented with are budget unit, use of those fund balances. Is there a way, or when will we get the actuals to understand what's consumed, and can we get it before we see it next year in the budget? So if that's all rolled into the budget, we really don't have any understanding of what was actually used out of the budget set aside. Is there a way that we could get a mid-year update on, like, we told you we were going to use 145,000 a budget, budget unit set aside, fund balance, but it was worse than we thought, so we've actually used 175, or it was better than we thought, and we've only used 45. Could we get an update?
Yeah, absolutely. That is certainly part of my long-term plan as your chief fiscal officer. With the upgrade of our financial system, we now have a more robust reporting tool. We're currently developing reports like that so that we're able to provide you with updates more timely, more routinely. Right now, what we have is the audited financials for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Those are available now. There's an audit committee meeting that's going to be scheduled in the next couple of weeks to review those reports, and so that does tell us where we ended the year relative to budget. So I'm happy to summarize that and provide to the board.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, and I would appreciate going forward if we could just, even a simple spreadsheet showing what was presented as a fund balance use and then what was actual.
Sure.
In those 2 columns. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, just want to throw in there too, again, on the gas prices and the challenges ahead. I'm sure every county is looking at this. I'm sure every state is. There's got to be data out there or consultants working on this. I wonder if it would be worth it identifying sort of a price point of gas at which time it would be helpful to start the conversion to electric sooner. I mean, I know we also have the cost of electricity on the other side of it, but it would be great to access some of that, have someone access some of that data and do some analysis so we're doing the best we can to convert sooner, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that certainly does. And I would say it essentially happens every year or two as we do our budget, because the gas cost for our fleet is one of the most significant costs. And so we see that every year. And as the price per gallon grows, we'll see that grow. And I think that'll help tell our story. But also, we're engaged with CSAC and then our County Engineers Association of California. And so they have a lot of speakers come from all over the United States to talk about this very issue. So we'll keep our finger on that pulse too.
Great, thank you so much. So just a couple comments in regards to some of the comments that I've heard. So one of the measurements for economic development and the recreation economy is a growth in either sales tax or our TOT. So those are two areas where we can, and it takes a couple of years for it usually to catch up with the activity. So I'm always, saying give it a little bit of chance before the economic development in particular. It's one of those things where we know we need to do things to help the economy of our community, but oftentimes the things you do, you don't see direct results from it. So I think we have some good measurements with those two. So hopefully we're tracking that. In regard to an update of a general plan, when the county updated their general plan back in the 90s, I don't think there's anybody that's still here. Maybe Brian, were you here then? I don't know. I mean, that was my first foray into community politics and community discussion, and it was pretty painful, is my recollection. So I understand perhaps not doing the whole, doing a whole full-blown general plan, but when you piece it together, I'm always curious as to each one of those elements needs to work together. And so do you really get the big picture when we don't do something all together? Also, I believe general plans are not just a roadmap for development. It's really a statement of the values of your community. And I think the values of our community have changed a lot in the last 30 or so years. So I know there's no money to do it this year, but I think, maybe a modified overview of here's our plan, here's our general plan elements, this is what's working, this is what's not, and then maybe have the opportunity to have a bigger discussion about it. That's kind of my recommendation. I was surprised when I came up here that there was not a plan to do an overall general plan update. But again, I understand it can be a very painful community process, but also a valuable community process. So, yeah, go ahead.
And curiosity, Town of Truckee did their GP 2040, which was indeed a very, very painful process. But there's been a lot of MACs, municipal area commissions, and GP on the towns individually. And I'm wondering if maybe there is a hybrid approach to collect and analyze in parallel data sets with our municipal partners and other special districts. I know in Truckee, so you have GP 2040, the rec district, the hospital, and other special districts have gone to a lot of effort to bring forward their kind of community value and vision. So I'm wondering if maybe we took a hybrid approach and didn't do a full GP plan update, but we could actually do an incorporation of things already constructed. It may save us cost and effort.
Yeah. I think there's opportunities, in particular in the housing element component of working with the municipalities and our partners on that, because that's one where we all need to work together because of how housing is structured in Nevada County. Go ahead, Heidi.
Yeah, I was just going to say something similar, only on the other side of it, which, I guess I'm of two minds. I think it would be really useful to update, especially the values and vision, but I think it could be divisive. I mean, what I'm unhappy with is how our general plan mission statements are being used to prevent housing from being built now, and it's directly tied to that old document. And so, could be divisive, but I think it would be worth a community conversation to see if that's where we still are.
No. But I agree. I think that maybe our next joint meeting that we do with the cities and the town, that's a conversation, because I know the city of Grass Valley has taken the same approach they're updating their general plan as the county did, because I worked on the 2020 general plan and it has not been updated since then. And I know at the time that Grass Valley was doing theirs, Truckee was doing one also. Truckee spent 2 years and twice as much money as what the city of Grass Valley did, and I think you see the results when you look at development that's occurred in both of those places. So I think it's a valuable community conversation that we need to have. So, so just something for the future, I guess, give us the opportunity. I want to say just a big thank you to all of your staff and your department heads. I think a lot of the work that we do up here, especially the work that I do, and the questions and the calls I get seem to be having to fit into one of your departments. And a shout out to Chris on the weights and measures. I had no idea what that was when I came to the county. There was a situation recently in the community with a gas station. It was all over social media. And I said, this is why we have them and this is what they do. So thank you for that. It's always great to see the work that you're doing behind the scenes is really, really valuable. So, and I would say that with all of your staff that I deal with on a regular basis. So thanks for that. Any final questions or comments?
No, this process is always so interesting. And the other thing I like to say, looking back from last year's to this year's, the work that you all did to make those significant cuts to make ends meet here is really impressive. And how you work inside your departments and we move people and work inside those. And I think that's really important about how we communicate and work here. And remember, as we lose staffing for doing things, is just the overload of work that comes with that too sometimes. So I think all that has to be taken into an account. And I just want to give a shout out to you. This has really been, working this new process has been interesting, like trying to consume this all, which is great because I love having this bigger conversation with everyone. So I just like to thank you. I think this is, it's good. I think there's room to grow it and make it even better and more comprehensive to understand, because there's a lot of line items in here that now I have a little more questions about probably later as you go through, like, well, how did you come up with that, right? And so, and I appreciate that you guys always have that open ability to go have those conversations as we move forward. So I just want to thank you for that.
And the nice part about doing this now is we still have plenty of time before the final budget drafts comes out. One final thing I forgot to mention, the position that you're looking at, potentially, I know we don't have funding for it with the resiliency project. I've not been involved in that, but I know we have partners there with the cities, and I think isn't the hospital one of the partners with that. I would really look to, if we wanted to fund some sort of a position, I would go to our partners and have them help us fund that. It shouldn't, I mean, the whole community is going to benefit, the cities and our other NGOs, they're all going to benefit from the work that's done. So perhaps they need to put some resources towards that as well if there's an opportunity for, especially if it's going to bring money back into the county with the work that they do. So one thing to put out there. Yeah. So, all right. Any final comments? You good?
No, I think just give us a few seconds of tech updates while we switch presentations and we'll.
Tricia, you might have won the prize for bringing the most people today too. The sheriff's office was maybe a close second, but thank you guys all for taking time to come and listen today. We really appreciate all of you. Yay. All right, just have a couple minutes to get ready for our next presentation. All right. This might very well be our most exciting presentation of the 2 days, the sanitation district. You're on.
So thank you again, Board. Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. As mentioned in the previous presentation, the sanitation district budget is presented separately since it's a completely separate budget under the CDA umbrella and under the purview of the Board of Directors for the sanitation district. The presentation format will be similar to the previous presentation. I'll provide an overview of the major divisions and programs, discuss major accomplishments, emerging issues and priorities, and provide an overview of revenues and planned expenditures. I'm also again joined by Vera De Ferrari, our CFAO, Brad Torres, our Sanitation District Manager, and David Garcia, our Public Works Director. So the Sanitation District consists of 3 major divisions. That's treatment, which oversees the operation, maintenance, and regulatory compliance of our 7 wastewater treatment facilities. Collections, who maintain, clean, and improve infrastructure outside of the treatment facilities, such as sewer pipes. And then also electrical, mechanical, which oversee preventative and emergency maintenance within the other 2 divisions of wastewater. So this past year, the sanitation district team have secured new cleaning and maintenance equipment, held several wastewater treatment plant tours, launched a What Not to Flush campaign, met their goals for cleaning and videoing sewer lines, which was really critical to ensure the proper functioning of the system and to focus maintenance efforts. And then lined pipes and manholes in Lake of the Pines and Lake Wildwood, which are our two largest systems. And that included adding in redundancy for things like backup alarms, replacing generators and pumps, and improving the wastewater treatment plants themselves. As we heard earlier, the sanitation district also feels the impact of minimal development through reduced impact fee collection. And as a reminder, impact fees fund our wastewater treatment plant expansions. So federal and state funding programs have also been limited in this area, and we've also seen an increase in labor, overhead, and utility costs. Also on the horizon, it's time to review fees again, and as with the last fee adoption or update, we're seeing issues with our Cascade Shores zone fund balance, as well as with Eden Ranch, North San Juan, and Mountain Lake estates. The board can expect to see our impact fee analysis later this year and next. For revenue, our sanitation district is primarily charged for services, which is how the system is set up. And this means annual assessments. The next largest funding source is other financing sources, which for this fund is primarily made up of state revolving fund loan payments for Lake Wildwood and Lake of the Pines, both of which will be coming to an end in 2029 or so. Expenses for this next fiscal year are expected to be lower than last fiscal year, as there was no large capital asset purchases planned, and the district saw some decreased cost as identified here. This slide shows the overall ending fund balances for all zones combined. The use of fund balance is primarily due to planned capital projects for manhole and pipelining and other related projects. Meanwhile, we will see later with the rate analysis that some zones are doing okay with fund balances and others are not, like I mentioned, Cascade Shores being the one struggling the most. Fees will likely need to be adjusted to address these shortfalls. Meanwhile, staff are looking at ways to continue to improve efficiencies where we can. For this next fiscal year, staffing is planned to remain the same at 18. And that's a very short presentation, but staff and I are happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Trish. Yeah, I remember the SRF, the State Revolving Fund from my work or previously. And you said this is coming to, is it this cycle of loans that are coming to an end, or is the program coming to an end?
This cycle of loans, and we're looking at 2029 to 2030.
Okay, so can we apply for new ones to do upgrades?
We could, yes.
Okay, is that a plan?
and Brad might expand on this, but we're always looking at how can we fund our necessary improvements. I don't know, Brad, would you have anything to add?
Our goal for the last 5 years since we did our last rate increase was to try to self-fund most of our projects, but for larger ones, if it was a major treatment plant expansion or something like that, we would look to a loan program similar to the SRF.
Is that something that we could use for Cascade Shores potentially?
One of the main issues with that is they require, it's a loan, right? So in order to qualify for any loan, even a state revolving fund type situation, they require a means of paying it back and some local match, which Cascade Shores can't provide either at this time.
And I would say with Cascade Shores, it's really just the operating and maintenance costs that are not sustainable with the existing rates. So we're doing analysis even now, looking at can we expand service? We're going to have to look again at does it make sense to connect to Nevada City? Don't tell Nevada City yet. But so we're going to be looking at all options, and that'll be coming to the board probably along with the rate analysis.
Yeah, just FYI, and I'm sure you're hearing this, Trish, in your organizations, but I mean, I've been hearing about stuff all over the state, and back in when it was 70s or 80s, we had this massive infrastructure investment from the federal government, and we're overdue for something like that now. Everyone is struggling with this, so yeah, us trying to fix it with tape and Band-Aids is only going to last so much longer. But as long as there is that SRF, at least for things that you absolutely need, I think, yeah, we should be considering it. But thanks I know how good a job you're all doing trying to keep everything running, so thank you.
Question?
Yeah, thanks, Trish. Supervisor Hall asked my question. I was wondering if there's some catch-up bond you could float and then pay it back with service. You know, you do a municipal service review and raise the rates or something.
Yeah, we're anticipating looking at all potential options out there, but as Brad mentioned, when you struggle to even just pay O&M costs, that really puts you in a bind on repaying any loans.
Yeah.
Bonds.
No, look forward to the data. The other question I had is a little bit more kind of esoteric, but the one thing I really look at in this budget is spill prevention, basically making sure we're not spilling anything that we're not supposed to spill. And my question is, are we doing everything we can to provide you with the resources you need to prevent spills, either alarms or hardware or automation or surveillance, whatever we need to do to make sure that we don't spill anything? Are we doing everything we need to do?
Yeah, and I could start, and then maybe Brad could add on this, but I would say if you look at our spill rates, they're very low compared to everyone else in California. Our team does an excellent job with the resources we have, and just because we're talking about fund balance issues doesn't mean we're not providing excellent service. There are spills, though, occasionally, as we've seen, and those are things that we always take a hard look at. How can we prevent that from happening in the future? But there's things like human error. There's things like major disasters and things that can impact a system. Brad, I don't know if you would add any more to that.
No, we have been focusing on that pretty extensively. In the last 2 years, we've replaced almost a third of our lift stations, so all of the upgraded technology, new pumps, new communications, better communications than what we had previously. We're going to continue to try to do that, probably not at that pace. 1 to 2 lift stations a year, probably for the remainder of until we work our way through. It's kind of a Golden Gate Bridge project, right? You work your way through and then start over. But the lining and manhole improvements that we're proposing in this budget, that's part of it, right? Making our lines more resilient, increasing their lifespan by 20 or 30 years based on the studies that are shown right now. And so the answer is yes. I mean, that is our primary focus.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your hard work on that.
I know, Brad, just for interesting sakes, you guys go out on emergency calls. And what does those usually entail? Because I love that this year's 1,900, but we're going to drop it to 18 next year. So what is a emergency response?
They can range from emergency USAs where somebody has a project or a situation where they have to do an emergency dig up to odor complaints to water backups into the system, or people spot
And you guys you have people on staff for emergencies?
24 hours
on
a
call
day,
24 hours a
every
day.
day of the year, yeah. And then all of our, as we mentioned, our lift stations, the components in there, they all have automated call-out systems. So, I mean, that's a large number of our call-outs, as well as responding to equipment alarms where we can get out there and troubleshoot prior to having an issue.
Yeah, no, that's great, but you do keep someone on 24/7. I think
Yeah.
that's nice. I think people need to understand that this is a job that doesn't happen from 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And I would just add all of the hard work that's been done this past year and the years before. That's why we can, we're projecting less emergency calls because of all that hard work.
That was the best way to get around saying, that's what I was trying to say, and it didn't come out so good, but I do think I like to see Lake Wildwood we're just moving along, and that bond is paid off this year, I think, right? No, is that one coming to an end? Or
No,
did it
that's
last
on
year?
the same
That's
cycle.
the same
that
one,
Tricia
but
was
it's coming
mentioning
to an
earlier.
end. Those are the interesting thing too, so especially if you have an underserved type community that doesn't have a lot of funding, and then you're going to have to raise that rate. Those are the other things we're kind of looking at, so I think that hopefully there'll be some sort of funding down. I mean, that's how they did Lake Wildwood. I think at one time there happened to be some funding to send it that other direction. So we do keep an eye out for that all the time, because those are going to be key to do some of the renovations. Cascades is the one that's unique. Yeah.
Yeah, that's you prepping your people up there for potentially what might happen. Yeah. Robin, questions? Okay. And I also don't have any questions, so thanks again for your presentations, and yeah, keep up the good work. Keep building that balance. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bless you. All right. I think this next one's going to be our final presentation for the afternoon.
Sure. Chair, we do have the option of doing county administration after this one. Up to you.
Okay.
Happy to end early, or we can regroup
We'll take,
tomorrow.
that's scheduled for, that one's scheduled for tomorrow.
First thing tomorrow at 9. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, this was also scheduled for tomorrow as well. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your flexibility and coming in earlier than was anticipated. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Swarthout, members of the board. I'm Michelle Bodley, your Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm very excited to present our 26-27 proposed budget, and I'm joined by Shawneen Gracie, our Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. So our office is one of the smaller departments in Nevada County. Our team is made up of 9 full-time professionals. We are located here in the Rood Center, and we do go up to Truckee twice a year so we can visit with our Eastern County taxpayers. Our mission is to fulfill all of our statutory responsibilities while providing fair, consistent, and reliable service to every taxpayer. So our office operates under California Government Code Section 27,000, and we're built around 2 dedicated divisions. Our Treasury Division, we have 2 full-time professionals within our Treasury Division. It is a state-mandated function where we provide financial and investment services for all county departments, special districts, and our schools. By law, the Treasury functions as the county's bank and is responsible for ensuring that all public funds are deposited promptly and accurately, and that sufficient liquidity is available for all depositors. Our primary mission is to safeguard and invest these funds with a focus on safety and liquidity while seeking prudent, stable returns for every participant in the pool. Our tax division is supported by 7 full-time professionals. We are responsible for the billing and collection of property-related taxes for over 60,000 properties in Nevada County, 5,000 unsecured properties, which provide tax revenue for our schools, our county departments, and our cities and our special districts. In our tax division, we help to educate our community about the property tax process, including how to avoid penalties, payment plan options if they've fallen behind on their taxes, and the unsecured lien process. Our tax division is also responsible for collecting cannabis taxes, taxes on short-term rentals, otherwise known as TOT or transient occupancy tax, and taxes involved in bankruptcy proceedings. So I'm very proud of our accomplishments this year, especially considering our small staff size. Under our Treasury Administration, our investments continue to perform well. In 2025, we achieved a 3.13% total rate of return, and we earned more than $10.5 million in interest for the pool participants. Again, the interest earnings helps our departments, our schools, and our special districts without increasing taxes. We are on track to beat that record this fiscal year. I'm also happy to report we just received the California Municipal Treasurers Association, CMTA, Investment Policy Certification. This is for our current 25-26 policy. The certification confirms that our annual investment policy complies with government code and it meets best practice standards across 18 key areas, which includes prudence, ethics, authorized investments, internal controls, diversification, reporting, and policy adoption. Our tax administration team has managed a large and complex workload with strong accuracy and timely processing. Our secured property tax collection rate held steady at nearly 98%, one of the strongest indicators of community stability. We also continue to see growth in our online payments, climbing from roughly 27% to over 32% in the last 3 years. As taxpayer engagement continues to increase, our website saw more than 74,000 visits, and our staff personally answered more than 4,000 calls to help residents navigate their tax questions. On the system modernization front, our office played a central role in our county's Workday ERP implementation, which is really transformational. It modernized our treasury banking processes. So we now have real-time cash forecasting, and many of our processes have been automated. That's been just tremendous. And I just want to say thank you to all of our county team for this project implementation. It's been huge. In our community engagement, so we expanded our educational outreach with youth groups. We had a Nevada Union student for the day who came and learned about everything that we do. I think he was surprised. We visited multiple community groups, and we continue to strengthen our partnerships with economic development, code enforcement, and the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And at the state level, our office continues to contribute to policy development through our CACTAC Legislative Committee. We helped advance important legislation, including improvements to TOT administration and property owner protections in our Chapter 8 tax sales. And across all this work, our staff development continues to be a priority. Our team remains engaged in the Nevada County Emergency Operations Center. We've got 2 members on our EOC group. We have 1 team member who participates in the Artificial Intelligence Policy Work Group. We have 3 NCCLI graduates, and we serve on multiple CACTAC committees, making sure we stay connected to best practices statewide. So looking ahead, our budget supports 5 key initiatives which are designed to build on the progress that we've made. Under our Treasury Administration, our first goal is to upgrade our investment management software, which will strengthen the integration with our new Workday system. Our investment transaction volume continues to grow. We have about 1,200 transactions annually, and this upgrade will help improve our accuracy, reduce our manual work, and support better reporting. Our tax administration, given our strong taxpayer participation and our growing digital usage, we're going to be launching e-billing for property taxes in the upcoming 26-27 year. The e-billing initiative will allow our taxpayers to receive their property tax bills electronically alongside paper billing, and it will introduce automated text and email reminders for upcoming due dates. These enhancements are designed to make property tax management more accessible, secure, and convenient for our residents. As part of this rollout, we're aiming to increase our share of electronic payments from the current 32% to 35%, which will support faster customer service. It'll reduce our workload associated with paper handling and contribute to long-term operational savings. Operational excellence, because our Treasury touches every department's funding, we'll be working with our auditor's office to update the countywide cash handling guidelines, which will reinforce our internal controls, reduce our financial risk, and update procedures to align with the new Workday system. System modernization, again, with our Workday implementation, we're looking to migrate all of our cannabis tax records into Workday. This will help consolidate our financial information on the cannabis tax accounts and improve accuracy, reporting, and accountability as our tax registrations continue to stabilize. And finally, we're looking forward to releasing a TOT handbook to help support our property owners as our registrations continue to grow. We're looking to produce 3 new taxpayer videos and providing clear guidance to our newly licensed dispensaries. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Shawneen. She's going to provide an overview of our revenue and expenditures.
Okay, so turning now to our revenue highlights for the proposed 26-27 budget. While the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is primarily supported by the general fund at approximately $1.7 million, this year's proposed budget delivers substantial revenue growth. This growth comes from an important updated accounting practice. We are now recording fee revenue directly in our department's budget rather than capturing it elsewhere. Our charges for services revenue includes fee recovery for 2 key areas authorized by state law. The first one is Treasury investment operations under Government Code 27,000 and direct assessment, placement, billing, and collection under Government Code 29304. These administrative revenues total several $100,000 annually and were previously recorded outside this budget. Bringing them in provides a much clearer and more accurate picture of our operations. We're also projecting additional growth in auction-related revenues, things like publication costs, title reports, and lien processing. These revenues naturally fluctuate based on taxpayer redemption trends and are governed by state law. As we look at current economic conditions in early 26, we see mixed signals. Some stabilization in property values and gradual improvements in household finances. Historically, as economic conditions improve, redemption activity tends to increase, which supports these revenues. At the same time, shifts in delinquency patterns can affect timing and volume. These fluctuations are completely normal within the tax auction cycle. Our office monitors them closely to ensure our revenue expectations stay aligned with real economic trends. Overall, these changes give us stronger, more transparent revenue reporting while remaining grounded in state requirements and local economic realities. Moving to the expense highlights, you'll see an increase in expenses year over year as shown in this graph. There are 3 main drivers behind this increase. First, the county cost plan began allocating charges to our department starting in fiscal year 25-26. In the first year, this added approximately $110,000 to our expenses. In fiscal year 26-27, it will add approximately $123,000. Second, implementation of the new countywide ERP system has contributed additional costs over the current and previous fiscal years. This includes staff training time, temporary staffing hours to keep operations running smoothly during the transition, and other implementation support. The largest workday-related increase remains in Class 3, driven mainly by the new user subscription rate. Third, we've seen increases in personnel-related expenses under Class 1. These come from an approved reclassification of 2 positions in the current and upcoming fiscal years, as well as limited-term temporary hours during fiscal year 25-26. Finally, Treasury expenses rose primarily due to the introduction of daily armored car cash pickup services, a change required by the workday transition. We also experienced standard cost escalations in several vendor contracts. These expense increases are largely tied to countywide initiatives and necessary operational improvements. They reflect our commitment to maintaining strong service levels while adapting to new systems and processes. In summary, while expenses are up, they are well explained by these targeted changes, and we continue to manage them responsibly within the broader county budget. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office does not maintain any separate fund balances, as it is fully supported by the general fund. And as shown on the staffing analysis slide, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office continues to maintain a stable staffing level of 9 FTEs, unchanged for the past several years, with no proposed increase for fiscal year 26-27.
So in closing, our office remains a small but highly effective team committed to safeguarding public funds, supporting community services, and delivering modern, accessible, and equitable services to all of our taxpayers. I want to thank my team for their outstanding service they deliver every day to uphold our mission. And I also want to take a moment to thank our partner offices, the auditor and the assessor. Our work is deeply interconnected, and we're very grateful for their partnership. So thank you. We're happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you. All right. Any questions for our tax collector? Hardy, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate what you do. I know sometimes everybody else, it comes to tax collector, but we like you. The one question I had, or a couple questions. Well, first, let me express some appreciation for your report that you send us. I really like it because it's got a bunch of lead indicators for the economy, and I find our internal investment information great, but then I also kind of interpolate what's going on in the greater economy for the region, so it's great. Thank you so much for doing it. I read it. The ERP project, I thought I'm a little puzzled because that was a grant, and I'm not really sure where the cost is coming from associated with your department, because I thought that was an ARPA grant.
No, the ERP project was not grant funded. It was funded through our technology assignment in the general fund, and it is set up to be an internal service fund, so we're actually capitalizing the implementation cost as well as the subscription cost, and it turns into a rate per user over the next 15 years, basically the life of the product.
No ARPA funds?
The ARPA funds were used to design the request for proposal process and really kind of help with the planning side, but not the actual product.
Okay, thank you. And then the other piece, Truckee is a really interesting kind of study area because it's so far away from the county seat. And I know that I deal with your office routinely on Truckee tax things. I was just wondering, could you just describe kind of what you're going to, or what your plans are to make sure that we meet the needs of that Eastern County community? And I know that the mail service is highly unreliable in that neighborhood, and I don't mean that to poke at anybody, but it's just a fact. And so I just want to touch base with you on that.
Yes, I'm happy to provide information. So like I mentioned earlier, we do visit Truckee twice a year during our busy tax collection season, so we can have a presence there, engage with the taxpayers, help with the collection. We've discussed possibly having more of a presence up there going forward. Again, working with CEO or the facilities teams to see what space is available, maybe have a presence up there once per month. Mail has definitely been a concern for many of our residents, Truckee in particular. I think the growth of full-time homeowners up there and the mail system has been a challenge. So we have a drop box at Truckee Town Hall. Mandy's been great. She helped us check it frequently and bring the payments down to Western County. We have our online payment system, which we really encourage everyone to use. It alleviates having to, put your payment in the mail. Our online payments are definitely growing. It's free for the e-checks. Definitely trying to engage with the Eastern community as much as we can and provide solutions.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And you can certainly use our supervisor office for any of your visits or to post up there to help people. But yeah, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Questions? No? Rob, any questions?
No, thanks for that, and thanks for all you do. When you talked about the increase, I think it's account 45, that went up because of the difference in cost allocation. This might be a question for Aaron. I'm just curious, where was that reflected previously?
So previously, the tax administration fees were collected in our non-departmental service budget unit and used as part of the general fund allocation to provide to treasurer tax collector. Auditor controller also receives fees for their services, and we've changed that practice this upcoming fiscal year because the treasurer tax collector can better manage the expectation of that revenue level, as well as the auditor controller. They know more about their volume than I do. And so it felt better to reflect it where the services were actually being provided, and I think gave some ownership over to treasurer tax collector and auditor controller. So the amount is large in this budget. It's minuscule in the non-departmental budget. So there is a corresponding decrease in that budget to accommodate this change.
Right, and just to clarify for everyone and ourselves, it's not an additional 400,000 in fees that have been collected or charged, it's just a cost allocation.
It's not a new fee, and it did not increase by 400,000 in 1 year.
Right, okay, thanks.
Sue, any questions? Nope. Okay. I don't have any questions either, but just want to thank you again for the work that you do. Actually, one question, I don't know, you might not know because it's so soon after the last deadline, but what percentage of people are paying you with e-checks versus paper checks?
We're still, right now, we're about 32%.
Okay.
It's about 32% online payments, about 20% to 25% lenders, and then the rest are mailed-in payments in a form of a check.
So still close, little shy of 50% people are still sending a paper
Yes,
check?
Yes.
Okay.
So we open all of our mail in-house. We review every single payment, make sure it's written out properly, and we do all that work in-house.
Well, I'm still one of those dinosaur people who writes a check, but this year I wrote my checks and I dropped them off in your office versus putting them in the mail, and I'm here all the time, so it's easy for me. I noticed that you cash them quicker when they get dropped off here personally versus putting them in the mail. A little tip for people when they send their checks in.
Well, I think the mail is a little challenging. I think
Yeah.
we have to learn that just because you mail it, it doesn't get postmarked that day. It could be 3 days, actually.
Yes.
So I think that's where the confusion came in. I know we got a letter from somebody about that and how to manage that because it's late at that point. And so not our mail service is fine, but we do have to remember that just because it's postmarked doesn't mean it's going to get there on those days, or the fact that actually sometimes it can be postmarked 3 days after you drop it off.
There's actually, we're going to probably be hearing from elections, a major mail issue, so that's going to affect elections as well. So I don't think that's going to get solved soon. Yeah.
Oh,
So
but I
we
would
probably
say
need to
that's the
educate.
deadline date.
We need to-
The date that they're due is,
We get a lot of time.
You get a lot of time.
Yes,
The deadline is that day
yes,
too.
The
so, I
deadline is
mean,
the 10th.
That's the other side of it.
We try to do a lot of outreach on this topic, and work with the post offices. What we know now is when you put your payment right in the box or walk it in that same day, we're seeing 2-day delay that is postmarked. So we try to put out press releases, get it on our website, get out as much information as we can, along with elections to make sure, we're trying to reach everybody on that topic.
Definitely some publicity is going to have to be done for elections with the mail-in ballots for this year. So, okay, great. Well, thank you guys. Thanks so much. I think you get the prize for the least amount of people that you have brought in, but, quick, efficient. We love that. So thanks for all your hard work. All right. So we have a couple choices to make at this moment. We can probably spend another 20 or 30 minutes and get the update from the Deputy County Executive Office. And then tomorrow, if I read this correctly, if we could move the district attorney and the clerk recorder into the 2 slots in the morning, and then see HHSA at 1 o'clock, we would be done by 2:30 or 3. If you guys want to spend another half an hour now, or we can wait until tomorrow. Are you okay staying for? Yeah. Okay. Heidi, are you okay? Sue, are you okay doing that? Okay. All right. Erin has promised me that her presentation is going to be short. So, all right. This is the
It's called County
CEO
Administration.
It's a CEO's office.
So it's a combination of the Board of Supervisors budget, the CEO's budget, the County Council, and Human Resources, as well as non-departmental. So it's listed as just county administration in your binder, and then there is a corresponding county administration presentation after each of the department tabs. This will further explain visually what we're going to talk about. So because we had a condensed review process this year, we opted to combine our internal county administration departments and programs into one presentation. Typically, in a normal budget subcommittee year, we would have county council give a presentation, clerk of the board give a presentation, and CEO Allison Lehman and or myself give a presentation alongside human resources. And then the risk services and non-departmental traditionally is managed by the county executive office, and so does typically fall under our purview. So some accomplishments to go over with you all for the combined internal county administration. We're most proud of convening citizens and employee academies and also supporting our county's youth commission and career technical education pathways in coordination with the high school district. These 4 items alone have been such game changers for our county in terms of getting the word out that county government can be fun, getting the word out that there's a lot to learn about what the county does every day. We have tremendous participation in our Citizens Academy, and our applications are robust, and we usually have a waiting list. Same with our Employee Academy, which is a different version of the Citizens Academy, but same concept, right? A lot of our employees come into a specific department, and depending on their job, they may not have a routine opportunity to work with other departments. And so the Employee Academy gives them that snapshot view of what everyone else does, and also improves their network overall, and does help with us retaining staff for their career. So we really do want employees that come to Nevada County to make a career out of working here. And sometimes when you're in a smaller department or you're in a very specific job type, it's hard to kind of imagine what the future could hold if you weren't exposed or didn't learn about those other departments. We've also spent a lot of time in my office updating policies for pension, for debt, for budgeting and fund balance, which I know sounds riveting, but really it's so important to make sure that we have robust and current policies, that we're adhering to them, that when things aren't working quite the way that we want them to, that we're able to be nimble and change, make sure that we're providing really robust and transparent services for our citizens, as well as maintaining industry standards. So I mentioned in my introduction presentation, Government Finance Officers Association as one of our benchmarks for budgeting. We also have benchmarks for these other policies related to pension and debt and fund balance that we're working with other counties on best practices and really trying to refine and make sure that we're staying on top of those. HR has maintained our reduced time to hire program. So if you recall, a couple years back, this was an initiative of our Human Resources Department to really shrink the amount of time it takes to get hired in a county position. And so they started with an initial benchmark of 60 days, and they've consistently maintained an average well below that 60-day benchmark. So super proud of the human resources work, and really a lot of that is being proactive at the department level. When they are requesting to fill a vacant position, they've already done the homework as to whether that position is critical to the continuation of their services. They have already kind of drafted the job announcement. They've already worked with human resources on interview questions. They've set interview dates. So a lot of those key pieces are done up front versus getting through all the approvals and then starting that planning process. And that's really been a game changer for them. In addition, historical landmarks is housed in this administration, and so they added 3 historical landmark designations over the last year, as well as installed 4 plaques and enhanced communication around our history through social media, websites, and participation in various events. And finally, on the risk services side, one of the key accomplishments this last year was revamping our continuity of operations plans for all county departments. Those plans dictate how we will continue to operate business in a catastrophic event, in the event of no power, in the event of a cybersecurity attack, in the event of a fire or some other emergency that does not allow us to come to the office. Each department has a plan in place for how to continue to carry out the business of the county government. In terms of emerging issues and priorities, we have been working through implementation of 2 key legislative changes in this last year. One is implementation of a notification process for service contracts, AB 339. This requires the county for any contract that we are, or any contract for service that we are issuing where we have a similar ability to provide that service in-house with a county employee classification, we have to notify the unions that we're intending to contract out that service. It is strictly a one-way notification. The unions can converse back with us, but they don't really have another ability on top of that notification to otherwise impede the process. However, that is a 90-day notification, which is challenging when we're planning board items 8 weeks in advance. And now we're also including additional notification timeframes for those. The other piece is website accessibility. So Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, this was set to be live and implemented last week. However, we did, all jurisdictions received an extension for compliance with the ADA Act for website accessibility. This really speaks to making sure that all of our web pages are accessible for people with disabilities, that all of the attachments and documents, and I'm sure you can well imagine we have thousands upon thousands of documents on our website thinking that that's a good thing. Well, we have to make sure that we are accounting for those who cannot read on a normal screen or who have other types of disabilities that are protected under Title II. And so we engaged in a rather robust mad dash to the finish. Didn't end up having to finish. However, we continue to work through and diligently pursue making sure that our website and all the documents are accessible. That's particularly going to be challenging for our board staff reports because, as you know, a lot of our attachments are pictures or maps or other people's contracts. And so making those documents accessible can present challenges. And so we're actually working through that. We have a team largely run through our public information office that's working on which changes we need to make and how to make them the most efficient way. So more to come on that. Human Resources struggled to meet their general fund allocation this year. They were able to do so through significant cuts to services, but that will have some impact on recruitment strategies. We are continuing to talk with them as well as departments who are able to fund some of those recruitment strategies for hard-to-fill positions. Although we have a relatively low vacancy rate in the county, we do still struggle to fill key positions, particularly in public safety, but also some of those more specialized positions in behavioral health are continuously recruiting and difficult to fill. In addition, in 26-27, we will be engaging in collective bargaining with 4 represented and 1 unrepresented group. As is typical, we don't include the cost of labor negotiations in the draft budget. We bring a budget amendment back to the board in the fall when we know more about the schedule for those negotiations and how long we expect it to take. We are including in the budget a provision for labor costs in the 26-27 year. However, those will not come to fruition until July of 27. So they really won't be implemented, or you won't see them throughout the budgets in the 26-27 year. Those will be in 27-28. In terms of revenue overview for this conglomeration, it is predominantly general fund allocation, $10.8 million. $8 million is charged for service. That is largely the flow of the cost plan coming into non-departmental and flowing back out. On the expense side, they look really high, again, because of that non-departmental piece, which covers a lot of those conglomerated services, such as our annual audit, such as debt service, as well as human resources operating, Board of Supervisors operating, county council, et cetera. So the differences in variance, as you see through the years, are related in some part to staffing increases, but also planned facility upgrades and overhead cost increases. The 26-27 budget, as you've heard today already, that workday charge is a new rate, and it is significant, and all staff are being charged some level of that rate based on their exposure to the system. So folks that are just using it for payroll and don't otherwise touch the financial or HR piece of it have a lower rate than those of us that work in finance every single day and will be using all aspects of the system. So we were able to tier that rate appropriately. In terms of fund balance, we hold deferred compensation administration fund balance, workers' comp insurance, vision, unemployment, general liability. These are a lot of our benefit funds that are managed by our Human Resources Department as well as risk services. And so there are significant flows in and out of these funds as we're making payments for self-funded benefits, as well as our liability insurance. And finally, staffing analysis. We are holding steady at 45 positions. The increase of 43 to 45 is reflective of one additional administrative position in the Board of Supervisors office that was in the current budget, as well as one additional position in, oh, I lost my screen, sorry. One additional position, I believe, in County Council last year. In terms of non-departmental departments and programs, this is what I was referring to just a little bit ago, where we pay for the annual audit cost, we pay for conflict indigent defense, so that is the contract with Cohen Defense Group, where our public defender's office is not able to take on a case because they have a conflict of interest, or they have caseloads that don't preclude them from taking on that case. We do hand those off to Cohen. Actually, the court does. The court is the one that dictates that, and we hold the contract and pay for those fees within our budgets. We do have debt financing in this section, historical landmarks, statutorily defined revenue, another word for Prop 172, the safety funds, and then we have other general finance, which is a bit of a catch-all for some of the smaller items that we handle. In terms of emerging issues and priorities, we are in the final year of that indigent defense contract in 26-27, so we will be going back out for RFP and renegotiating a contract for that service. We are planning to issue a new debt obligation. As the board is aware, I've been messaging through various board memos and the Capital Projects Committee that we are intending to bring forward an opportunity to provide debt issuance in the amount of $25 million for capital projects. That will come to you likely in August of this year. We also know that our public safety revenues, both Props 172 and Title III, are impacted by economic conditions. We did see an increase in Prop 172 this year, which is great. The last 2 years we've seen declines. So to see that turn around is super helpful, not only for the county, but our public safety agencies and fire districts that receive those funds through the county. The revenue overview here looks a little bit wonky because this is where our general fund allocation gets allocated out to departments. So that's why the biggest slice of the pie, $97 million, is negative. It's reflecting a transfer out to each of the general fund departments. Then $68 million coming in license permits. Franchise is actually, I'm sorry, that's taxes. That is our biggest pot of money there. In terms of expense, again, because of that negative revenue, you also see a negative expenditure, which brings down, from this view, the total budget in non-departmental. So it looks very different and very odd, but it is because of those transfers in and out, which is how we maintain separation of funds, is through a transfer in and transfer out. It is a very, very much an accounting function. Also, variance highlights include we are budgeting a vacancy factor, and so we are planning on a dollar amount attached to a vacancy factor, which is pretty conservative, but in line with how much those vacancies save us each year. We also have the final round of ARPA applied reimbursement for special project continuation transfers. You saw that at the beginning slide. That use of general fund balance of about $5 million is showing up here. So it comes into this account and then out into the expenditure accounts. In terms of fund balance analysis for this section, you can see here we have a little bit of criminal justice, temporary facility costs. We have public safety augmentation, that's your Prop 172 dollars. We do fully allocate those Prop 172 dollars based on our estimates. And what we're going to improve upon with our update to the fund balance policy is how to navigate the fund balance in that fund. So right now there's $130,000 that is remaining to be allocated. And so we need to figure out how best to deal with that, either in the moment or in the upcoming fiscal year. So that's will probably be worked out in the next couple weeks as we bring a proposed budget to you. No staffing in non-departmental, as you might imagine. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Questions for Aaron? Hardy, any questions?
I was doing okay up until till slide 12. I don't understand that slide. Thank you.
Barry, come help. This slide always confuses me too when I look at it and I look at it.
Yeah, Supervisor Bullock, board members, Barry Anderson, I'm analyst in the CEO's office. As Aaron pointed out, so one of the budget units that's incorporated into this non-departmental grouping is the other sources and uses budget, and that is the place where we receive all the proper discretionary property tax revenues, sales taxes, and then that, as Aaron said, gets distributed out to departments, generally in the form of, a reimbursement, or it's either a transfer expense, or sometimes there's an offset. It depends on whether or not it's a general fund department to general fund department or a transfer to another fund like CDA. So that is part of why, I guess, actually the biggest factor, sorry, that was actually not entirely relevant to this slide. What you're seeing here is that we started budgeting for vacancies in the general fund departments. So we put a negative expense into the 10206 budget because we take a look every year at the last 5 years of budgeted salaries and benefits versus actual at the end of the year, right? And there's generally a pretty consistent pattern of vacancy of about, I don't know, it's like 5% savings or whatever that percentage is. I don't have the number on the top of my head, but it's a savings. And as part of our effort to bring, you've sort of touched on this a couple times in the presentation, but the estimated expenditures versus actuals, there's often a big disparity, and a big driver of that is salary and benefit savings that result from vacancies. So for the general fund, we're able to incorporate that as a factor in the 10206 other sources and uses budget unit. And that's why you see this precipitous drop, is that was a new strategy that was implemented in the 25-26 year. So we used that budget unit to incorporate a savings factor for vacancies, which manifests here, even though the actual savings will be realized in like the sheriff or any of the other general fund departments is where they'll see those savings, but rather than incorporate it and sprinkle it throughout the various budget units, we're reflecting it here as a means of trying to tie the general fund actuals a little more closely, or tie the budget more closely to the actuals.
Okay.
And I just want to add here to the 22-23, the reason why it's so high in 22-23 and then drops so drastically is ARPA, right? It's our COVID funds that flow through here, got allocated out to specific projects. And so that really is the bulk of why we started at $11 million 5 years ago, and now we're at 1.9. The vacancy factor is approximately $3 million. It's not 9.
Yeah, and so 3 million or 1.5 times 2 is 3, and every year you would have that up and down across the year. So we'd be closer to that 1.5 to 2. Next year, this graph is going to move to the left, and we're going to see another figure.
It's going to be more stable next year.
Okay, that answered my question. Thanks. The other question, and I don't know where it falls in, but I'll throw it out there. In the HR department, I know there was a discussion of, service cuts. I don't know any other way to put it. Constriction of services from the HR department. Is that serving internal? What is that, I guess? And one of the questions was, I just want to make sure that we're offering services to retirees as they exit the organization to understand where they're going forward, because it's the last touch point they may have as they transition into a separation from the county.
Yeah.
With PERS, with retirement benefits, with Social Security, like all those different things that highly affect their retired income. I just want to make sure we're not doing anything that would affect the ability to support them.
No, we aren't intending to change the level of service that we provide to our existing employees and our retirees. That remains an important focus and core service that our Human Resources Department provides. What we're talking about here is we contract with a specific service called Textio, which is like AI for recruiting. It goes through our recruitment wording and it wordsmiths it for us, and it talks about, provides recommendations for changes. With the adoption of AI, we're able to do that more in-house. We don't need to subscribe to a service to do that for us. It's things like that that we're proposing to eliminate. In addition, the larger recruitments where we're hiring a headhunter to do a formal recruitment brochure, interview, external, internal process, those are generally funded. They can be funded by departments. They have previously been funded by human resources and then sometimes departments. So we're proposing to streamline that, where if there is a high senior executive position and we want to do a formal recruitment, that cost would show up in that department's budget instead of in human resources.
Heidi, any questions? No? Questions?
So in the final budget, we'll see all the little budgets included in there, correct?
Yes, the final budget document, when it's published, will include each service budget unit, which is what you're used to seeing. There have been some consolidations with the migration over to Workday. We're in the middle of the year of changing our accounting structure from one system to another. So while we're budgeting in our previous system, our FinPro system, with each individual budget unit, Workday has taken some of those, not a lot, but some of them, and collapsed them where there didn't make much sense to keep them separate. But you will be seeing HR as a specific department and their full budget. You will be seeing definitely the individual departments as a full budget in the budget book, which is not what you got presented today.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your flexibility. Thank you to your staff for being here all day, and really appreciate it. I think, Allison, did you have some final closing?
No, I appreciate the departments being so nimble. So tomorrow, maybe we review the agenda so the board's clear. Sure. And briefly looking at, I think we could actually do HHSA before lunch.
No, you've got 40. You've got 4 departments with 45 minutes each.
So what? So either a longer lunch or a later start. So maybe start on time and do a longer lunch.
Well, we're going to have auditor, controller, district attorney, assessor, clerk recorder, and elections to handle in the morning.
Okay.
And then we'll have HHSA in the afternoon, and then we'll have time for a brief wrap-up where I will highlight any questions that we didn't get answered today or any policy direction the board wants to provide. So just a wrap-up session in the afternoon after Health and Human Services.
So I don't know if you've spoken to the other 2 departments about changing their time, but if we could slot the DA in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, auditor controllers 9:30, elections at 10:30. And I mean, obviously we can adjust their times if they need more than what's allotted here, but
yeah, I agree. We'll work with them to make sure that they're scheduled out.
And then if we do a lunch break and then come back at 1 o'clock, so if we can get HHSA in at 1 instead of 2,
yep,
that would be great.
All right, we'll do.
Chair, we did reach out to the elected departments, and we know the district attorney cannot start right at 9.
Okay, so maybe
we'll slot him in appropriately.
Okay, just, you've got 4.
But all the elected offices will complete in the morning.
Yeah.
We can get that done for sure.
Yeah, just work with them. And if for some reason none of them can come at 9, let us know, because we could do a later start if necessary. I would like that, but I don't want to. Yeah.
The auditor is prepared to start at 9. If you would like to make that 9:30, we're happy to accommodate.
Well, I want to make sure everybody has enough time. So what are your thoughts?
So we have 45 minutes for each elected office right now, which is probably a lot of time, given that your agencies took about a half an hour. I think HHSA is going to take longer than a half an hour because of the HR1, and we're going to have a lot of conversation there.
Yeah.
So I think we do have enough room to start at 9:30 if that's the pleasure of the board.
Is everybody good? Are we good doing a 9:30 start tomorrow?
Council just said you have to be clear, adjourn to set time.
Yeah.
Isn't Already agended out to the public at 9 o'clock?
So the agenda is out to the public, but also there's a caveat on the agenda that says we have the opportunity to change timing if we want. So, Trevor?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
All right. I'll be down here. I'll come in at 9, and if anybody shows up here at 9 o'clock, I can answer questions. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, so if there's no other comments or questions, we are going to adjourn this meeting or continue this meeting to tomorrow morning at 9:30. Perfect. Thank everybody for